Hello, beautiful. Hello, beautiful.
Hello, and welcome to my forest. I swear, Bethel goes, and I come back. I go, Bethel comes back. This has been planned. This is all part of professionalism, is what it is.
All according to Keikaku.
Indeed, Keikaku. Oh, what is it? Fate, bitch. Fate Grand
She went
Order.
to get alcohol. I did get alcohol.
I mean, Yeah, I heard you do that, so I went to get a bottle of vodka. Gotta be in character now.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to shuffle our girlies around so we're in la correct position?
Yeah, sure.
Maybe if you want to shift just a little bit left.
Oh God.
Or were
Sorry, please don't speak Russian in my chat. I don't speak Russian.
Well, I speak Russian. Yeah, maybe now. But yeah, do you wanna shuffle a little bit because we're kind of squeezed in here? I mean, I could be on the left as well. It's fine. I'll just be looking into the void.
Hold on. I need to. I'll have to move my chat around a little.
Yeah, it's up to you. Whatever's comfy.
Because now the chat isn't.
Damn it.
Hold on. Let me unlock the.
Oh, hello.
Oh, sorry. Yep, the thigh redeem.
You're very big. Those are big thighs.
Ow.
Big thighs save lives.
There you go.
Do you wanna be pick a side, left or right, so I can be on
I'll go here.
Yeah,
like,
can you go a little bit closer to me though? Because you're covering my chat. Oh, there we go. That's a good spot.
Oh yeah.
That's a good spot. Am I covering your chat or what's up?
Yeah. There we go. This is fine.
This is fine. Okay, we've figured out locations. Awesome. Okay. So I'll introduce the segment, I guess. So this is something I've been doing since September, which are called Ranger Roundtables. They're every Friday. I invite a VTuber with whom we've had some interactions, some collabs, or I've heard of and I think are cool. And if they're available, they come to my tree house, I guess. We get drunk and talk about random shit. That's what this
Hell
is.
yeah.
So for those of you on Pethel's side who haven't heard of me, I am Sylfania. I'm an bilingual elven ranger variety VTuber. I stream anything and everything, mostly Genshin and Honkai, because I do love me some gacha games. Who doesn't like gacha games with a good storyline, good soundtrack, and amazing voice acting and hot boys? Of course, the hot boys. I also play things like Tomb Raider. I play Baldur's Gate. You know, I do some Warhammer stuff. I play D&D on this channel. I've been running like a Daggerheart one-shot continuous thing, I guess. I do art sometimes when I'm bored. But yeah, a true meaning of variety, I'd say. Introduce yourself, Petal, to those of you in my chat who don't know you.
Yes, of course. Well, hello. My name is Petho. I'm the goddess of love, pleasure, beauty, and joy. And I am a very much variety streamer. I do stuff like tarot. I play games. I did a karaoke stream yesterday, actually, where we sang Christmas carols, and we decorated a Christmas tree, which is behind me right now.
Oh, that's fun. I still haven't cleaned out the table where our pathetic little Christmas tree is gonna go. Because we live in a rented flat, okay? I'm not purchasing an entire goddamn Christmas tree that I'm gonna have to lug around with me across the country wherever we move.
Yeah, no.
No shit.
Understandable.
Yeah.
In that regard, I am pretty lucky because I have a big old temple all to myself.
I mean, yeah.
And hello, Emmy. Welcome in. But yes, I do a wide variety of things. I'm kind of exploring what I want to do. So
Fair. I kind of just, I guess I view streaming as I come home from work, I have dinner with partner, we watch one episode of a TV show, and then he goes to play his war games, and I'm like, I want to play video games, but like, I want to control how long I play them so I don't sit there for 8 hours. I can only stream for about 4, so you know what? Screw it. Let's. It started as my like controlling how much I game, because I try not to game outside of streaming, and then it kind of evolved to, oh, this is actually fun. Oh, maybe I should do some art. Oh god. Sorry. There's this very loud sound reading that always spooks me. It's the anime song, but the fact is it's so loud that it's supposed to spook me. That's it was again one of the subathon redeems or whatever. As I was saying, it kind of started like that, and now it's sort of evolved into this, you know, do a talk show every Friday. You know, I have schedules. I'm in stream team. It's like, I don't know how that happened.
yeah.
So how about you? How did you get into streaming?
So I always wanted to do content creation. I to be honest, I have tried to make content since I was like 5. Like very young. Of course, it wasn't very successful because I'm a child trying to make content.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
I eventually.
Sorry, carry on. I just wanted to say about child and content. I'm like, I guess I'm so old. When I was 5, there was no such thing as content. I think until I was 14, the concept of having content was not a thing yet. Until, like, when I turned 14, that's where all the Minecraft YouTubers started. I'm old.
Oh, you know,
I'm old.
Like in 2021, I was finally inspired to do VTubing. That was a whole while ago, but I rebranded over the years due to the fact that, well, I took a break in 2022 to 20. I came back in 2024. And then in the summer, I was like, all right, you know what? This doesn't fit me anymore. Rebrand. And now I'm Pethel.
I was wondering how rebrand works, because, like, I've seen quite a few VTubers do it, and I was just always curious, like, is it... Yeah, like, what are the steps? can you give me a quick 5-point plan for a person who wants to rebrand? Like in a short sentence, what you gotta do? What's your Christmas list for rebrand?
Well, it really depends what you want to do, of course. If you want to go small, then it's just a matter of a name change. You know, announce it properly in due time of like, hey, I'm changing my name because I like this better. And you know, then you don't have to change your model. But for me, it was I had a model concept in mind. I didn't have a previous model like a VTube model. I had a PNG, so it was a lot easier for me to rebrand. I made my own overlays as a temporary until I got paid once.
Hey, that's how
Then
the best do it.
I made my character design and made PNGs out of that myself until I got actual PNGs. I changed the name. I announced to my community that I was rebranding because I felt like it would fit better. That's kind of it. I feel like.
Nice. As long like that sounds like a very comprehensive list of things to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like ever since this character of Sylfania you see before you has kind of been my alter ego since I was, I don't know, itty bitty little kitty who finally moved out of her house at 18 to go to uni and was allowed to have a personal gaming laptop. And I was like, right, first thing I'm doing is downloading World of Warcraft. And so I made myself a blood elf hunter named Sylfania that has inspired my VTube character. And I think maybe I knew about the content creation thing of like being consistent across all platforms, because I keep hearing this shit like, oh, even if you don't use TikTok, make yourself an account on TikTok so nobody steals your ad just in case you need it. And I'm like, well, okay. So I've been Sylfania since on like Steam, on Warcraft, in all the games. All of my characters are named Sylfania. I'm pretty basic. So it's like I've been that for like I guess nigh on 15 years now. So it's kind of like it was a no-brainer when I wanted to be a VTuber. I was like, yeah, it's gonna have to be a Blood Elf Hunter.
Yeah, fair enough.
I did a redesign obviously for the VTube design, but I was like, she's gonna be blonde, she's gonna have short hair, she's gonna have earrings, she's gonna be wearing green and purple. And the rest came from the wonderful artist who did the design and the VTube model as well. So yeah,
also, someone in my chat was saying, "Oh, 2 elves. Where's Santa? We're not Christmas elves."
Nope, Santa's drunk. Santa's drunk. He's still at the North Pole. He's got half a month to sober up and then get drunk again. I know this because it's a trade secret. But we're not that kind of elves once again. Like, I'm not magical in any shape or form. I'm a realist. And I assume that our goddess of love over here is extremely magical.
Oh, I'm very much magical, yes.
I mean, yeah. So yeah, take that as you may. I'm a down to earth. The most magic thing I do is throw poison spores. That's the best.
Fair enough.
I mean, I can yell that it's a magic spell, but it's just spores, man.
Your magic is making the bottle of vodka disappear.
Hey, I don't need magic for that. That's just pure raw skill.
It reminds me of a TikTok that I saw. That was like a wizard like, I can cast lots of spells. Fireball! And it was like, you're just drinking a fireball. Nothing's happening. And it's like, oh, but I think a lot is happening. It's like, oh, what done? It's like, I'm a lot happier now.
I mean, hey, if getting happiness is so rare in this world, it's almost as if it's magic.
True.
True, very true.
Hi, Snurry. Welcome in. How you doing?
Hello, welcome to this chat thing. So I asked this to all the guests. I think it's something to start talking about, but obviously feel free to veer the conversation in whatever direction you like. My only pre-planned bit was the introductions, and that's it. Everything else is chaos. Okay, so I'm gonna throw you a bone, but it's like tennis. You gotta throw one back. So I always ask, what are your top 3? Because it's impossible to pick a top 1. No matter what it is. Everybody who asks you whatever, top 3 books, top 1, your favorite book, your favorite TV show. I'm like, screw you. I don't have a favorite. I have like 3. So I'm giving
Yeah,
you this
no.
out. Top 3, you don't have to rank them. Favorite TV shows or like movie, series, franchises, things. And top 3 books if you read nonfiction. Sorry, fiction. That's the fantasy one, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So I'm not much of a reader, but I can give you my top 3 anime at least.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I can I can also like do cartoons. I okay, you know what? I'll do cartoons first and I'll go into anime
Oh
because I
sure.
watch a lot of anime recently,
No,
and
yeah.
cartoons is more like half childhood. I think at number 1 currently, I think it's Smiling Friends because it's so fucking funny.
Smiling Friends. Hmm.
It
Is that a newer one?
Smiling. It's a newer one, yeah. It's like
Mm.
it came out like a few years ago, and it's like an adult cartoon, but it's so funny. And like season 3 just finished, and I caught up with it. Ugh. It's like short episodes of like 10 minutes, but they have some very whimsical humor.
Oh, okay.
And at number 2, probably I'd say maybe The Amazing World of Gumball. I think it's a very good show, and I think it's
That
very
sounds
whimsical
familiar.
as well.
Hold up. I'm gonna quickly Google that. You carry on. I'm just clacking over here.
Um, there's some big humor in there, and I think at number 3,
Beautiful.
it might be a tie between Adventure Time and regular show. It's kind of the big 3 of 2010 Cartoon Network is
I know
definitely
Adventure
in
Time.
there.
Oh yeah, okay. I heard of Gumball. Yeah, no, yeah. I used to watch a lot of animation. I think the first, if we're talking about cartoons, just before you start listing off the anime, I think my
Mhm.
of all the cartoons I've watched, there's of course, I guess, Critical Role and The Mighty Nine are the epitome of
Oh,
adult freaking cartoons. I am sorry.
valid.
I mean, I know it kind of doesn't count because I've been watching Critical Role for 10 years, so like I don't know. I am biased here, but I'd say before Critical Role opened my eyes to the true world of adult cartoons, I'd say it was Invincible on season 1.
Uh-huh.
Definitely not season 2. And then season 3, but only the last 2 episodes where they actually sunk all their budget into actual animation, and the rest was just pathetic. And I guess the one that is literal peak of all time, and I will die on this hill, is probably Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like it's what brought forth like Western animation. That was like the Ghibli
Yeah,
of
I
Western
think
animation. I think.
Avatar: The Last Airbender is a very prime good show. It has some really good humor. I have only watched it. I have never watched it in chronological order, and I really should
It's on
someday.
Netflix. If you have Netflix, it's fully on it. I mean, again, in the UK. I don't know where. I don't know where you are. I don't know where you're located.
I probably can get it, but I don't have Netflix, so
Ah,
I'll have to
man.
pirate it.
See, this is
I'll
yeah.
have to.
One of the reasons
Sorry,
I
I'll have
yeah.
to.
No, sorry.
I'll have to definitely get a Netflix subscription.
Yep. Definitely. I mean, what again, sidetrack. Sorry, I keep doing this, but one of the positive things of living with my partner, he came with a Disney Plus subscription. And I was like, great, I pay for Netflix and I pay for Now TV. You pay for Prime and for Disney Plus, and between the two of us, we have covered most of the streaming platforms that are relevant, and we can watch anything anytime. It's probably on one of the things we're watching, and it's great. So yeah, sorry. What are your favorite? Again, the top 3, I didn't mean like you have to rank them. You could just give 3 names if you can't decide which one is top.
Oh, you're
That's kind of
so
what I
right.
meant,
Yeah.
you know? Because I was like, it's hard to pick like the top one.
Yeah. For anime, I think among the top 3 is Frieren.
I keep hearing
the
about it.
You haven't watched
listen,
it?
I watched 2 episodes and I'm like, it's good, but I'm a bit bored. Like, come on, where's the plot? Like, move. I get it. It's an atmospheric slice of life, but
Trust me, it's really. I mean, it has some really deep stories in there.
Oh,
It's just a very.
yeah.
It's a much more low key story.
Yeah, the
beginning.
pacing is a bit slow for me. I mean, I'll get into it eventually. It's just, didn't
It's elf pacing.
didn't capture me right away. Listen, I lived between I lived in the short-lived species with them for a very long
Uh-huh.
time. Okay, it's too slow for me. Life keeps moving.
Uh-huh.
You
Uh-huh.
mentioned Apothecary Diaries.
Apothecary
Apothecary,
Diaries
yes.
is definitely upon one of my favorites right now. Ah, it's so good.
Then you love any costume Chinese drama.
Maybe,
Because
probably.
it's all I'm telling you, like I am a huge Chinese costume drama fan. So if costume Chinese drama that are set in modern world, boring, blah, it's a regular soap, nobody gives a shit. Now costume drama is a completely different level. First of all, the fight scenes are insane, the costumes are amazing, the soundtrack is always like so peak. I actually on like Spotify Wrapped, the majority of my like listening list was soundtracks from Chinese drama. It's that good. The story, there's in one episode so much happens that after watching one episode, just 1 hour, I was like, oh phew, I felt like I watched a season of an anime. And then I'm like, oh wait, there's 90 more episodes? Jesus Christ. Like when you think about
Damn.
soaps, right? You're like, okay, it's been 8 episodes and they're still in the same room discussing the same thing about someone's dead cousin sister coming back or something. No, that's not how Chinese costume dramas go. Like shit happens quick and there's a lot of murder. There's a lot of, you like a character, they're not the main character, they're probably gonna die. And probably very brutally. And probably due to palace intrigue. Of course. It's perfection. I cannot recommend them enough. And Apothecary Diaries is basically, from what I hear, I've not seen it, but I know the plot is basically just about a an apothecary girl who moves into an ancient Chinese harem, I guess, for a reason or another. So it's got the same kind of pacing and the vibes and the plot
I
twists and the.
It's not quite a harem, but she gets kidnapped by bandits and sold off to the emperor to work as like a like a workster, and somehow makes her up in the ranks,
No, but
or
that's how
like
the
works
whole
as.
the whole place is called a harem, and they have the concubines, and then they have the workers. They have the maids, the
Oh
doctors, the
yeah, yeah, yeah,
cleaners,
yeah,
the shit
yeah, yeah.
swipers. Man, I so yeah. But if you're enjoying the sort of the pacing, the plot, and the plot twists, then that is a quintessentially Chinese drama, in a nutshell.
Mm-hmm.
Except in Japanese and as an anime.
I'll
What's your
keep it in mind.
yeah, if you want some good recommendations, you've come to the right girl, okay? But what's your oh my god, that's my lid. I've dropped it once again. What's your third favorite or one of the top three?
I think up there as well is Delicious in Dungeon.
Once again, these are all of my list to see, but I'm telling you, I have like a 560 Chinese and Korean drama backlog that I need to get through. So I think I'll never watch those anime, but I always see the memes and I see, I hear of them. I might just read the manga. It's easier for me.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, it's so good. It's like I feel like those three are among the peak top three fantasy anime right now.
Yeah.
Or
Do you enjoy like fantasy themed content then?
I do. I'm a big D&D nerd
Mm.
and Pathfinder nerd, and thusly so I am I indulge myself a lot into fantasy stuff and high fantasy.
Yep. I mean, sci-fi is great and all, but elves, man.
Elves
Elves.
are great.
I
Elves
know.
and monster girls.
Yeah, I know Warhammer has space elves, but I don't like their hair. So that's a no for me. Like,
Not
it's.
all.
I feel like it's the problem of they always just have the ponytails. They don't have any other hairstyle, and that just sucks, okay? Diversify, girl.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah, okay, that's the only like sci-fi wise, I feel like it's woefully lacking in elves. And a lot of sci-fi always feels like, oh no, we have to like explain everything with science. I'm like, listen, elf could be like if you make elves aliens that came from beyond the stars, their science is so complex, it's basically magic. And if they try to explain it to you, you're not gonna understand. Just make it that way. I'd watch a sci-fi show with magic elves.
Hell yeah.
But yeah. Cool, cool, cool,
You know,
cool.
I dude, the sci-fi is a little I am not as interested in.
Same. The only reason I actually even watch sci-fi is again partner because he's obsessed with like space and stuff. He did introduce me to a few really good like TV shows. I'm a little bit of a connoisseur of real-time TV shows, if I don't say so myself. I've seen Russian ones, Korean, Japanese ones are the worst. Because I feel like it's because they act like they're in an anime, but they don't have the animation to help them. And so it just looks cringe because visually they're not acting as well, but vocally they're going all out. So it feels like they're overacting, which is why I cannot watch any Japanese real like I guess non-anime content. It's just too cringe for me. Anime-wise, it works, but outside of anime, so you know, Korean, Chinese, Russian, English, American, British. I watched an Icelandic TV show. Like I've watched a lot, and let me tell you, a bit of a connoisseur here. If the TV show is subpar, I ain't gonna watch past episode 3. I'm not just gonna watch a pilot. I'm gonna give it a chance. But if 3 episodes, if you don't get me, you don't get me. That's the point.
Yeah, no, understandable.
There is two sci-fi shows. No, 3 that are so good that even me, who doesn't like space or sci-fi, I watch them religiously because they're amazing. One of them is obviously The Expanse, which is, at first I was watching it and I was like, this is pure active sci-fi. But it's like, there's no like aliens or any kind of that. It's just people in space in the future. And you're like, ooh, all of this is very realistic. I really like this. The politics and everything. And I'll ask my partner, like, there's no aliens, right? He's like, nope. And then season 3, there's aliens. I'm like, what? And he's like, I didn't, you know? I didn't want to spoil it. I was like, what? Piss off. But yeah, but The Expanse unfortunately got canceled after season like 4 or something. And everybody was really upset. Now, there's 2 others that are on Apple TV, I think, and they're produced by Apple TV, which is, I don't know, they just started doing good sci-fi series. One of them is called Foundation, which is based on Isaac Asimov, which is like the father of robotics and all of the sci-fi that we have today. And another one's called For All Mankind. The concept of which, hear this, literally the concept of the first episode and everything else stems from that. What if, in the 1960s, the US did not land on the moon? It was the Russians.
What
would have happened? And the idea is, what would have happened is America would be like, well, we have to be the first people to build a base on the moon. We have to be the first people on Mars, and the space race continued. And, you know, all the political and everything else, like, cascaded from that one event that has changed history. And it's a really, honestly, it's a really good show. So, you know, it's kind of more of a drama than sci-fi. I feel like there's a trend with what I watch.
Sci-fi drama.
Yeah. How about you? Do you watch any like real non 2D things, or are you just fully into 2D?
I don't watch any like shows with that are not like anime nowadays. I just can't be asked to. Like, I know there's a lot of good shows out there, like Breaking Bad is probably good and that sort of stuff, but I just can't get into series.
Yeah, it's a lot of commitment. I mean, I've just binge-watched Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, all 5 seasons in 3 days. It's a lot of episodes, and I just blasted through them. I have that problem. If I really like a show, like that and The Last Kingdom are 2 shows that I think I've seen over a span of a week. All like 6 seasons, 20 episodes each. Just back to back to back to back. Because the way they, like these days, the way they film shows, they make you want to go to the next episode. It's not like it used to be like, okay, well, I can wait for next week to see what this cliffhanger is. Here it's like, I need to know now. Oh my god.
How my chat says, I've been getting into more live action stuff like Peacemaker. Yeah, I heard Peacemaker is pretty good too.
Let me check what that is. I'm Googling.
It's like the series with John Cena as well, Peacemaker.
Yeah, I've seen ads about it on my. It's really the ads are really annoying on my subscription service because I'm like, I'm here to watch this one show. Why do I keep getting ads about this other show I don't want to watch? Leave me be.
Yeah, why are you giving me ads in the first place? I thought I was paying for an ad-free experience.
Yeah, nah. I feel like Amazon Prime has put ads back in, and that's just bullshit. That's just
Yeah.
bullshit. But hey, I'm not paying them an extra £2 a month to remove the ads, because that's how it starts. You know, I will tolerate your
Yeah.
ads. I'll just keep doing it. So yeah.
But I haven't been. I'm not great at like. I tend to play games or want to do some other stuff because I feel like if I watch too many series, I'm just wasting time.
Oh, you froze on my end. Oh. Oh no!
Nah.
What happened? Oh, you came back. Did you? Okay.
We apparently a disconnect. There was a disconnect and reconnect.
Oh no. Well, you're back. Sorry, carry on. You were saying?
Hey. I forgot. No. Something. I don't remember.
Yeah, I find the reason why I am so obsessed with TV series is because most of my job, when I'm not working, well, no, most of my job, for very few moments where I do need to turn my brain on and pay attention, most of it is a lot of it like I think for about 2 hours, and then the rest of it is just doing what I've already thought about for 2 hours physically, and that doesn't require my full
Oh.
attention. So I always have the reason I watch streaming services is because their apps are usually better than certain methods of watching certain content online that is not app related. But when you do it on your phone, it is very difficult. Like a lot of websites, they don't like, I don't know, it's harder to watch them on the phone than it is on the computer. And so when you're on the go or in, in the office or in the lab or whatever, and usually I watch it on my phone, when it's on an app, it's so much easier to, pause and handle and everything.
Yeah. No. Understandable.
So I think because of that, I watch a lot of shows, because like it takes me an hour on the subway to get to work, and then work is like 7 hours, and then another hour on the subway. In all this time, that's 9 episodes of a TV show, man.
Yeah. Fair enough.
So yeah, I guess I have a different situation, but yeah, I've not watched anime in a very long time. I really should go back. I'm the type that's like watched anime in high school, and my favorite anime used to be Bleach, and
Oh.
like the old Bleach. And I watched One Piece because my classmates watched One Piece. And I genuinely got to like episode 300, but I think after that I was like, oh man, it's too too much. I quit like when I went quite a bit and then I quit. But I think Black Butler, of course, Attack on Titan.
Oh.
I just really like TV, like anime that is definitely made for adults. I do not like anime that is like, it's child friendly. I guess that's what they call it. It's like, both adults and kids can watch it. I'm like, nah. Give me that adult shit. Like Critical Role, like Invincible. Like I'm like, give me the gore, give me the blood, give me the horror, the psychological scars. Oh god.
Understandable.
Altonio.
He's being a little gremlin again. But I watch a lot. I watched Black Butler too. Black Butler was pretty good.
Season 2
Is
did
what-
not happen. Although I really liked the blonde guy's character, and his story was
Aloys?
crazy. Alloy, yeah. But like the plot was ridiculous because the manga was so good. The entire like private school arc, the weird werewolf arc. I'm like, why is this not in an anime? This is so good shit. And it was already like printed. I know. They redid it and they did them as OVAs. But yeah. We still don't talk about
the private school arc actually happened as an entire season.
Oh, really? I thought, yeah, maybe
it's a new season that they released in 2024.
What's been a while, because as I said, it's been a while. Most of my anime watching has happened before 2020.
They released a new season of Black Butler like last year.
Yeah, they also released a new season of Bleach,
hype.
and one of my coworkers is also a big nerd. Is like, watch the new season of Bleach. I'm like, bro, I'm so behind on everything else. I'm not watching a new season of Bleach. I'm too much to catch up on. I'm not gonna start open that can of worms just yet. But yeah.
Yeah.
Do you have any topics you'd like to talk about? Otherwise, I'm just gonna steamroll forward.
Yeah, no, gods, I am terrible. I'm gonna be honest, I'm terrible at thinking of topics to talk about.
Great, then I'm just gonna take the wheel. Like Jesus.
Don't worry, that's fine by me. I like...
No, I was about to ask, what is your favorite type of games to play? So, not specific games, but like the genres.
Buff, thank you so much for the follow. My favorite genres of games. Ooh, I am a bit of a sucker for roguelikes.
Mm. You know, you like Hades?
I haven't played. I have Hades in my library sitting there. I have to still play it.
Thanks, Buff Cowboy, Hellhound Demon. That's a long ass name. How'd you pull that off? But thank you for the follow. Welcome to the forest. But yeah, listen, Hades. I don't like roguelites. I do not like them because they require skill. I do not have skill. I am a no skill gamer. But Hades is the only game I will play for the content. Because it's Hades. Because it's Olympic gods and it's a well made game and it's actually fun. And I always
That's
swear like a
valid.
sailor and my thumbs hurt. And that's a sign of a good roguelite.
I really like Balatro
I
as
keep hearing,
well.
is that just not like poker?
It's poker roguelike,
How do,
but it's really good.
but isn't
It's
all
so
poker
good.
roguelike? I'm confused. How does it work?
Okay, so so the entire objective is to play poker hands and score the amount of chips like equal to the score that is like displayed on the board, and you get jokers that give multipliers to like your chips and multiply, like each hand has a chip value and a multiplier value,
Mm-hmm.
and you have jokers that you can get, like you have a little joker slot and they give multipliers to your cards for specific effects, like if you play four of a kind you get extra multiplier, or like
So you're not playing
playing.
against other people. You're basically getting poker.
It's single player. You're
Okay.
playing against the house basically. There
Okay.
is a multiplayer mod, but I haven't installed that yet.
Man, I just go to a casino and play blackjack. That's
Yeah, fair
just-
enough.
if I want some thrill in my life, I'll just put money and play blackjack. Because honestly, I found like poker, it's too hard. Blackjack, now that shit. If you need to know the rules, but once you know the rules, game's easy.
I mean, poker's a bluff game, I suppose.
Yeah.
But Balatro is easier in that way. You don't have to bluff. You just make hands, and the hands are displayed as well in a little menu, so you can look up what each card does. You can manipulate your deck with other
Mm.
cards to make the hands that you want. So if you only want to do a run where you make straights, you can upgrade your straights with like special planet cards, and you can optimize your deck for that sort of stuff.
Cool.
Yeah.
I guess the objective is like there's a rank leaderboard or something, right? Or nah.
Oh, there's also like it's just like you have 8 antes, and each ante is consistent of a small blind, a big blind, and a boss blind.
Mm.
And in between each blind, you have a shop where you can buy jokers and cards and that sort of stuff. And your goal is to just make it past ante 8.
No, but I'm like,
And then you
what's
won.
the ultimate goal of the game? Like, what's the point?
Uh, you can up the stakes. You have like you can challenge yourself, because you can like go up in difficulty with each deck. You have different decks as well that you can use, and they do different things.
Oh, so it's basically like
Um,
achievement hunting.
yeah, you can do
Kind of,
achievement
yeah.
hunting, or you can go for the biggest score, because after ante 8, you can choose to go endless mode. So if you have a particularly good run, you can just keep going until the score inevitably runs out.
Mm. Cool. Yeah, these are the kind of games, like, I don't know, I find games that don't give me a reason to keep playing them, which is, I guess this is my problem with collab games. This is why I can't play Peak. This is why I can't play... I mean, Repo and Peak are even better, because the point of Peak is you have to get to the peak, okay? There's an objective.
Mhm.
You get to the peak, you win. But I'm like, okay, so that's for a match, or like games that are match-based. As if there isn't like a leaderboard, or some sort of reward for doing better than everybody else, I don't find a reason to play them for myself. Like, I can play a round or two, but I instantly get bored. Which is why I would probably... I don't play too much League of Legends. Because, again, the reason is, like, it's just match by match, and there are leaderboards, but I'm not good enough for leaderboards. So I'm like, okay, what's the point then? Just for cute... Like, the only reason I even have League installed is the cool skins. I just like looking at them. They're
Fair
hot.
enough.
And the splash art's great.
For me, the like just the winning is an achievement and a satisfaction of its own. It's just like, yes, I did it. Especially in League of Legends as well. I don't care about the ranks
Yeah.
because I can't be asked to get sweaty. I just want to have fun. I want to and some in League of Legends particularly, I sometimes just like playing really annoying champions just so I can make like someone's day a little worse.
Oh, you're one of
And like,
those.
I have to play against this character.
You're one of those. You're one of those people. Because I played League with my friend Thancher. The first few streams I did back in 2020, I think, were of League. And me playing in normal with a friend, because I always played ADC and he always played support, and he always picked what was that mech, like mage that's
Blitzcrank.
No, starts with an X that like shoots rockets.
Xerath?
Xerath. He always played Xerath, and he's amazing at Xerath, okay? So I could play whatever shitty ADC I wanted as Xerath, he would, like, carry me. And so through any normal game, the other team would always complain bot difference. And then when I finally learned the game, and I was like, okay, I can play without him. Every time I got into any game, I would always get completely trashed. Simply because they're like, oh, your skill is so bad. I'm like, yeah, I'm new. I'm level 5. I'm not even, like... What elo? I've been playing for like 2 hours, and then the level of bashing. I'm like, you know what? This is bullshit. So I switched to support, and guess what? I'm a very good support. I have 2 characters, which I don't know why, but I think the one character I did not expect that my favorite character would be the character I'm very good at. It's Swain. I'm really good at Swain.
Honestly, Swain is kind of swanky.
I'm full Swain main, and I'm like, I even have the Russian skin for Swain. So, but I had some moments, I think. I mean, I'm a shitty League player, but I've had some moments where I remember our team were all dead, and the other team was taking Baron, and I rezzed first, and I was like, my team's gonna res in like a minute. They're about to kill Baron. I don't even see. There's no vision in that part of the board. I'm like, fuck it. And I did an E, and I stole a Baron with an E. Because but the timing on that E, because it lights up the area, and then a few seconds later it explodes. So you need to time it just right. But I went in blind, clicked it like random, and to the point where even the other team was like, you know what, GG. That was a good steal. And then I did it again. Same game. And I was like, hey, man, it's not a fluke. I'm just that good. No, I'm kidding. I know it never happened again after that one time. But I think he's the only character I ever got an S on. Everything else, I get a B. So I'm not that bad. But like, I'm not.
Yeah, no, I have a bunch of characters where I got like S on. Like sometimes I just pick up I play ARAMs and I will pick up a character.
Oh, ARAMs, I love it.
And like there's a new mode right now that's ARAM Mayhem. It's ARAM, but instead of runes, you get like augments like you do in Arena. And so it will get really chaotic and fun. And sometimes I just pick up a character because I've been playing it a lot recently, and then I randomly pop off mega hard for no reason. I think I like first timed I first timed Swain in ARAM Mayhem. We got a defeat, but I did get S tier on Swain.
I think I find ARAM, like, I first played normal mode, and then I got disillusioned, because it gets boring. It's 30 minutes per game, and if you're behind forever. You can't catch up, and then anytime you get in any team fights, you insta-die, and you just sit there waiting for a res. It's horrible. But ARAM I love, because it's shorter games. There is nowhere to run. There's no sudden fucking jungler who you're focusing on last killing the goddamn minions and the jungler eats your ass, because there's none of that, okay? You just have to watch the bushes a little bit. But ARAM is like, you got nowhere to run. You got nowhere to run, girl. You just gotta spam those numbers, okay? You gotta spam those numbers, dodge those skill shots, and hope for the best. And I'm like, yeah, let's go with this shit.
Summoner's Rift can be alright, but I tend to just enjoy ARAM nowadays because I can't be asked sometimes to actually play Summoner's Rift, because it's like, oh man, you're gonna get the worst people on your team, like the actually most stupid people.
I'm the
that
stupid
you
person.
ever met.
I'm the stupid person. Because I feel like the problem is I always go bot lane, because bot lane to me, I mean, I should probably go top lane, but bot lane or top lane are easy. literal first 20 minutes of the game, don't leave your fucking lane. Stay in your lane. Unless the jungler is like, yo, we're taking Dragon, or yo, we're taking Baron. Only then go help. Otherwise, stay in your goddamn lane. Don't let, like, it's not even be better than the other team, is don't let the other team's ADC get good. As long as, even if you suck, but you don't let the other team's ADC get good, you've done your job. And by the time it's like 20 minutes in, if, you know, the 2 towers are gone, the plating is gone, you're like, alright, well, now you just stay with your support and go where the team fights are, because I always just follow team fights, but I'm really bad at, like, knowing who is where on the map, and I feel like to be good at the game, you kind of have to know who is where on the map.
Yeah, no, fair.
I do not have that level of capacity of brain power. I have a PhD, but I cannot do this shit. So I'm like, you know what? Bot lane's not there. I will ping, and that's I've done my job. I delegate. The rest of the team gotta pick up the slack.
I've played all roles in Summoner's Rift. I personally, I think I like mid a lot right now. Mid lane is pretty easy. It's not support. I feel like support can be fun, but it can also be really boring sometimes for me. So I like to play mid, and mid can be pretty fun. And top lane is like, if you lose top lane, you're kind of cooked.
I mean, if you lose bot lane, you're kind of cooked as well.
True, but like,
I find support is fun because from the beginning of the game, I'm really bad at like last hitting minions. I don't know. I think I have this problem where I panic and I hit them too early or too late. So I'm like, you know what? I can't ADC. This is too hard for me. Or I can't jungler as well. I do not know the rotation. Fuck it. As a support, all you have to do is put some vision around the area, and then just annoy the other team. You don't even, like, if you have a good ADC, most of the time you just have to let ADC do their ADC thing. And your job as support isn't to help them, it's to fuck the other team. And even if you die, as long as your ADC got that coin, that's actually, you know, overall, that's good. Like, you've done the job you were supposed to do. And then, you know, when your ADC is done farming and is off doing fights, I just wander around. I just would go around the map randomly. And a lot of the times, I'd, like, accidentally walk into, like, everybody's like, where's the other team? And I accidentally, like, head check a bush, and they're all there. And I'm like, oh, they're here, guys! But, again, I'm just a support. And, like, the rest of the team is in a group. They following me. Those guys kill me because, you know, you see somebody coming into your bush, and you immediately pop all your things, and then the team comes in and takes care of them. And, you know, that's 5 of them dead and only 1 of me dead on our team. So I didn't get the high score, but our team won. And I'm like, listen, I done my job. So I find being a support is a lot of fun. You have absolutely no responsibilities whatsoever. It's so great. Just be a little shit.
Yeah, no. I just like playing. I just like doing damage, and like support can do that, but like you have to play specific supports. So there has been a time where I was playing Yumi, like AP Yumi.
Oh god.
Because I wanted to be a shitter, and so I would always I always duo queue with my friend, and I would just sit on her, and then just like fire off my Qs. I made a smolder rage quit once at like while I was playing AP Yumi. Hold on, I have the video right here. I'll send it to you in your DMs. It's really funny. You can hear me laugh too. We were trolling anyway. She was playing Mundo ADC. I was playing Yumi support.
Oh, Mundo and Yumi together? Jesus. Okay.
I hit him with like the exhaust ignite, and then he started going to his to the fucking tower, and I just popped my Q. I tried to predict where he was, and then I killed him, and and then he rage quit.
Yeah, I don't know. I find maybe it's just me playing World of Warcraft for such a long time, and I never play PvP. I really enjoy like raiding, where you have 20 people that have to work together, and if one of you fucks up, it's a wipe. and you have to start again. And then you spend 2 hours on a fight. And if it's the same people fucking up, then your raid leader is like, I'm not gonna call out names, but don't stand there. And everybody knows who it is. And if it's you, it's so embarrassing. It's like being in an office, basically. Everybody knows you're the one that stole the fucking donuts. But nobody says it until they do, and then you know you're screwed. You're cooked. But I love that. I love the whole... I like the cooperative games a lot more.
Oh, yeah.
But this is what I mean. Like, I find co-op games that you play with other VTubers and streamers are... like, Warcraft is co-op, but the thing is, it has a point. There's a boss, there's a story, there's something. Co-op games, just for, like, co-op games' sake, I don't know. Like, I don't think I could ever... I get too bored. I think just the fact that you're playing with friends is not enough for me.
Yeah, that's fair.
I
I feel like...
No, I was just saying I need stimulation. That's what she said.
Yeah, no, I feel that. I got burnt out on repo myself and such as well, because I was like, I can't be asked anymore. I don't want to do the same cycle. And then they introduced the moon update, and I find the moon update so bullshit. And I was like, nah, fuck this shit.
I own Repo because my partner was like, hey, I want you to play with my friends. He bought it for me. I've installed it and never touched it. I even played Phasmo for like 1 or 2 times, and I'm like, oh, now I know what the game's about. So wait, what's the point? And they're like, the point is not to die. I'm like, okay, that's it? No, that's it. No overarching storyline? No, I'm like, yeah, no. There's way too many games that have that and an overarching storyline, and you're like, amazing. So like every level you do, it brings you like, the more levels you do, you collect notes, and then those notes tell you a story of this person or something. You know, give me something. Give me some juice. Give me something to read. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm a bitch that would be like in this building in Phasma, and there's a letter from the ghost, and I'm like, oh, I'm reading this out loud, and they're like, shut up. The ghost is in the room with you, you dumb bitch. And then I'm like, what? And then I'm dead. And it's amazing.
It happens. Kyle says, I'm new to League of Legends, so I can say anything. Also, hi Kita, welcome in. But you know, League of Legends has taught me how to have a little grit. If they start flaming me for no reason, I have no hesitation anymore to strike back, to clap back. Because a lot of League players will, as you said before, will just complain that you're inting or that you're throwing the game if you're just being bad.
Yeah.
And so,
I don't clap back. I just like, I guess I'm bad. And they're like, yeah, you suck. I'm like, yeah, I do. So, yeah, point. And he's like, you know, quit. I'm like, Mama didn't raise no quitter. Yeah, I might suck, but like Forrest Gump, I'm a persevere. Like, I do this shit. Like, I don't deny that I'm bad. I'm like, yeah, no, bitch, I own it. and
oh yeah, but like
they stop because I'm like, they can't, like, they keep complaining to the point. I think it happens like the entire, like, our whole team was whinging so much on all, you know, in the main channel, that the enemy team was like, yo, guys, come on, she actually isn't that bad. Like, I'm not gonna, yeah, I'm killing her. Yeah, I know her KDA's in the trash, but guys, come on, stop flaming her. It's not her fault. And I was like, oh, damn, okay. The enemy team is helping me. To the point where I ran into their base, and they were like, you know what? We're not gonna kill you. We're just not gonna kill you. We're so much higher. They were like level 15. I was level 10. And they're like, you know what? Your team are so mean to you. It's okay. You can just sit here. I'm like, great. Thanks.
Yeah, no. That's the cool. There was one game I had with like my friend where we just would start like half of us would start emoting, and a bunch of other people started getting mad. Like sometimes when you find a bunch of queer people, you just start fucking around in the Swift play instead of like actually playing the game. And then other people, well, not normal people, other people just get mad and like, oh, go play the game, stop emoting.
Man, it's a game, relax.
I mean, know.
I feel like a lot of these tryhards are like, their dream is to be in that, like to be the next Faker. But they never will be, because Faker's too cool, okay?
You know you can't be the next Faker. Faker is a once in a generation.
Yeah, and do you think Faker was tryharding like you assholes? No, he's a cold dude.
Faker does respect women.
Yes, and Faker doesn't try hard. Faker just does. You see?
Faker is just that good. He doesn't need to try hard.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't played League in a long time. I think I'm just so overwhelmed with a lot of my gacha games because they require a lot of attention.
Fair enough.
So,
Oh, we're in my side is in an ad break right now.
mine's coming in
But
about 3 minutes. But yeah.
oh, you know what? That's actually perfect. That means that they can just switch to your channel, and other than we're just
Oh
switching
yeah.
around again.
Cool.
Um, oh, gods, I don't know. I can't. I have one gacha game that I play, that's it. Like I can't get into Honkai Star Rail anymore, or Genshin especially not, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
Genshin I stopped for a bit, but Honkai, okay. Honkai's story is so fucking good to the point where
I
I'm like,
know.
even the fucking side quests, the blue quests that you just randomly come up to people, when you actually read, because they're not voice lined, and you're like, well, probably some shit. When you actually read them, they're crazy. Some of the like side quests I've read are insanely good. I was so invested, and some of them are dark. Especially, I think in Penacony, which is like the third zone, some of the side quests are hella scary dark. And you're like, the main story is dark, but this is hitting my depression real hard here. Or like, one of the characters was literally just coming for me. Like the whole, oh man, I picked a career because I thought I could be good at it, and actually I'm unhappy in my career. My parents don't respect me. I'm just sitting there like, stop. And you know,
I get it.
it was insane. And I feel like the reason I always come back to Honkai, I mean, the gacha is easier. I feel like if you just do the main quests and do the side quests, you don't even have to farm. You do have to a little bit to like not die instantly whenever you go into a boss battle. But the farming, unlike Genshin, you can just click a button and it auto fights, and you just go make yourself a coffee or something. Come back in 5 minutes, it's done. You're like, great, farming for the day done. Let's just do the story now. So it's not that bad, and like the story is honestly worth all of the suffering you get because it's so good. I've not seen a game so far.
I don't have time to get into the
No,
story.
yeah,
Like I don't have the
time is
energy
the
to
problem.
get into the story anymore.
They do. What I do find about Honkai and main story, they do yap a lot. Like there is a lot of like, a lot of the main story is conversation. Then you run a little bit, then conversation. I like that. I like playing games which are like movies. You know, you're just clicking through. But sometimes in Honkai, I'm like, yeah, okay, come on, like I'm invested, but please, how long is this gonna go on?
I need to actually have a lot. I prefer more gameplay. Otherwise, I'm gonna get really bored eventually.
I see. Well, you know, I guess it's different personalities require different things. To me, the problem is if the game has too much gameplay, I'm like, oh man, I'm tired. I just wanted to sit here, talk to chat, and like, you know, pause in between conversations. You know, the two. At some point, I remember I had a Honkai stream where I started a main quest and they were talking. And then I got a raid in, and there was a lot of interesting people in that raid, and I just started talking to them. And at some point after an hour, they were like, hey, do you want to click through so we have a different, like, background to you talking in this conversation? I'm like, yeah. And I clicked through. Then we had a bit of voice lines, and we spoke for another hour. And I'm like, that was my Honkai stream. Half a conversation in game.
Yeah,
hey.
no, I don't know. I mean, I play my only gacha game that I do play is Cookie Run Kingdom right now.
Cookie Run Kingdom?
Yeah, it's pretty good, honestly. It's a Korean game. It's about it has a lot of cool. It has surprisingly deep lore for a game about cookies.
Ooh, I think I've seen memes about it.
Probably. There's lesbians in there as well.
Of course.
I put some of the Cookie Run characters in my Christmas tree. I mean, there's a Cookie Run character that really looks like my model. And I had my character designed before she came out, and then I was already into Cookie Run at that time because I played it a long while ago, and then I suddenly saw that like the cookie was released. That cookie was released, and I was like, "What the hell? This looks this looks so much like my character." Hold on. Like,
yeah, they steal your ideas. I mean, it happens a lot. Yes, that's the one I was thinking of. Yeah, it happens a lot. I find like Hanya, the character for Hanya in Honkai Star Rail, literally had like problems because a lot of people were claiming she was based off of a VTuber. She does look like a VTuber, and that's why her design is my favorite. By the way, ads on my channel. But yeah,
over here.
Perfect. That's perfect timing. that's why I'm like, but I find like they're different enough at least. But nevertheless, like you play games for women, I play games for hot boys to add to the harem, to the space harem, to the train, to the husbando express, as they say. So while I enjoy a beautiful woman, indeed, Honkai and Genshin do have a few of those, and they're exceptions to the fact. I do find, like, at least Hoyoverse, design-wise, they kind of have that, like, one mode or, like, one dress type for a female character, and they just change it a little bit. Like, they're not very creative. There's a few, which, like, one of them literally is wearing a pantsuit, and I'm like, yes. Yes! Finally! A boss-ass woman in high heels and a pantsuit. Give me the shit. And then another one is dressed like she's wearing like a military coat or something, and she's wearing a cocktail dress. I'm like, finally. But then the majority of them are like cutesy girl, tiny dress, open chest, and a little bit of like frills on the shoulders. And I'm like, literally same design. The men though, the men have very different designs, and I'm like, this is why they're a lot more interesting to roll gacha for.
I also gotta be real though. I played Genshin day one. I stopped after about a year, partially because of the rewards and partially because the story was just not improving. I'm sorry, like the hot women and men, and I mean the men are not even that impressive in Genshin compared to Honkai Star or Zelda Zone Zero.
Yeah.
But the women in Genshin Impact cannot get me back into that game. Arlecchino could not save the game for me because the story is
I was talking
so
about Arlecchino.
buns.
I was talking about Arlecchino. I mean, the father of us all, Arlecchino, is a woman for whom I would like spin the gacha. To be fair, she's deserving of it. But I find like I find Genshin the main storyline is mid. But I've been waiting so long for Snezhnaya that, like, I'm like, oh man, I want to see the freaking Hoyo Russia. And then Honkai Star Rail gives me Hoyo Russia in Expansion 1. And I'm like, hey, I like it. Belobog. I'm like, beautiful. And the story in Belobog is good. And, like, the side quests are good. And it's dark. And it's gritty. And it's political. And I'm like, bruh. But yeah, and also find like the Amphorius, the recent expansion. I've not played it in Honkai, but apparently anybody who played it are like, you thought Penacony was dark? Strap your boots up. And I'm like, I'm intrigued now. Oh yeah, Genshin never, like, I feel like once Honkai came out, Genshin was not it for me. But as a player who, like, I've not played games like Genshin before when I started playing 2021, I think. I started a year after it came out. So I think I had no idea that you could have an open world with so many little notes, with beautiful soundtrack, with almost everything voice acted, in multiple languages, with gacha, with the daily updates, with events and other things. I was like, only World of Warcraft had that, but even World of Warcraft doesn't have, like, it was the only one kind of on that level. There's a bunch of Korean ones, but, they were never as, or like a lot of like Final Fantasies or anything. I found like there's a story and there's voice acting for like 2 hours of content, and then the rest of it is grinding and doing dungeons. Most of MMOs are like this. And then there was Genshin with seemingly, at the time, endless content that was all voice acted in a story and overarching theories and lore and gods and everything. And I was like, gimme. But then Honkai came into my life and I was like, yeah, okay, bye.
compared to like Honkai actually has good story. Genshin story is so buns, honestly.
It's not too much, okay?
The story.
What's interesting? What's interesting is that now that the two games have been playing for a while, there's a theory that Genshin is actually one of the isolated realities in Honkai. Because Skirk came from beyond the stars, and Skirk is like, yeah, the sky's a lie. You guys are living in, like, not a simulated reality, but, like, in a bubble. There is the entire universe around you. And I think in, like, Honkai Star Rail, there are some hints that, like, there are other worlds isolated that do not know they live in a universe and have different rules and stuff. And I feel like I love Honkai Star Rail because I played Honkai Impact a little bit. The game is ass, because it was made for a phone game. but the story is insane. And honestly, there's so many lesbians. I feel like there's like
Yes.
eight lesbian couples. And I'm like, there's like one straight couple, and I'm like, bro, I love the lesbians, love it, but like, one straight couple, give me something else. Like, I felt like that game was way too. Hey, thank you for the raid, Ava. Welcome. Welcome, raiders. Shoutouts are going in. What were you playing? Plants vs Zombies. Nice. We're doing a Ranger Roundtable with Pethel here. Go follow Pethel.
Hello.
Sorry, back to the rant. Yes. So, apparently the, Honkai Star Rail's, welt is not even, like, like Bronya and Kokolia, not inspired by Honkai Impact. He's literally from Honkai Impact. He's a dude who, like, accidentally went into the Sea of Quanta and then just yeeted himself into the Honkai Star Rail universe. And I'm like, bro, how can you get this meta? I love this. Also, Honkai Star Rail has so many meta jokes. It's mad. The fourth wall breaking is real.
It's great. But you know, like half of Genshin's story is talk to irrelevant unknown NPC number 57. And it's so buns. It's so ass. I'm sorry. I couldn't get into it more than like I had trouble getting through Inazuma. Inazuma is very pretty.
Yeah,
that's about where my compliments end. I hate the area. I hate its puzzles, and I hate the Senora weekly boss fight. Holy shit, do I have gripes with that one.
To be fair, the Senora boss fight, if you have good, like, there's like 3 characters that you have, you can 30 seconds or like you could push her to phase 2 and then push her quickly to phase 3 and then you're done. Like, I think but you need 2 specific. I don't remember who they were because I don't do Senora boss fight anymore. But there were like 2 characters that you needed to have, and if you have them, you're done. Like, just 30 seconds, fight's over. They just needed to be max level. Didn't have to have any constellations or good gear or anything. It's just because of what the characters are and like their effect with fire. I think maybe one of them was Shenhe. If you had Shenhe, you could like almost or was it Rosaria? You could almost solo her with Rosaria or something.
But I couldn't beat her at her hardest. Like, eventually I got stuck in the pit of high world level.
Oh god.
Because you're forced to kind of level up, but it also doesn't give you enough rewards to properly level up your characters with, unless you like
I don't increase my world level.
Tons of money.
I was like, nah, world level not gonna increase. Just gotta keep it at 55.
So I bricked my account basically, and I really had to. I was really mad about that because I don't think you should be able to brick your account by just progressing.
I think I took a break from Genshin for about a year, and then I'm coming back to it just now only to experience Snezhnaya, but you can't because you need to finish the main story. Luckily, I finished the Fontaine main story, which is really good. Like, I'm gonna give Genshin this. Their main story quest, not their Archon quest, not any of the other ones, just the genuine main story quest, is pretty good in comparison. The Archon quests, you know, the ones with that you need to do specifically for each character, some of them are hit or miss. Some of them you're like, really? We're on a flower festival and there's a murder? Okay. Some of them are like, wow, this dude is telling us that he used to be a god and there's this whole deep, dark story, like freaking Zhongli's backstory character, or Venti's. You're like, damn, this is good shit. And then, of course, there's some, you know, side characters who you're like, why am I doing this private quest with you? It's not fun. But yeah, most of the side quests I found, absolutely boring. Like, I do them for completionist's sake, but they're like, just, I mean, you need some of them to unlock an area or something, but that's it. Most of it is just hunting for chests. I feel like it's similar, I think, to Legend of Zelda. If you just want to run around and do shit, Genshin's actually pretty good. Because with Honkai, I find, because the zones are so, like, small in a way that they're like, there's so much places you can run around and poke. Like, there's always a map, and you can't jump, so there's limits. In Genshin, you can technically get to anywhere, and I love, like, climbing up a mountain for an hour and to realize, oh, I could just teleport there and walk over. Fuck. Why'd I do this? But it gives you the option. But on the way, I found, like, 8 chests and 3 fairies and shit, and then I was like, oh, there was a teleport. Huh. Who knew?
Have a good night, Ava.
Oh,
I
bye.
feel like though, if you wanna have an open world exploration game, you should just go to Wuthering Waves instead. I feel like it has better character design, better story, and a nicer environment.
Really? I hated the story in Wuthering Waves. I played it for 4 hours. The voice acting was so ass. I'm sorry. It was
Oh,
ass. I was
I don't
playing it, I
know.
was like, oh Jesus, no. And then like
I just couldn't get into Wuthering Waves, but I think it looked better than Genshin
yeah.
Impact.
I know that they kind of combined the fighting styles between two. They kind of had a weird merge of like it's real-time combat, but also it's like it's easier than Genshin's combat in a way. It's kind of more Honkai. But I did find like when I did genuinely play it for like an hour. Well, no, not an hour, 4 hours. Like, you know, I did the prologue bit, and then I got into the city and I talked to the main chick. But I don't know, something, maybe it was the pacing, maybe it was the controls, because I did play it when it came out like about a month after it came out, so I know they've updated it. I know the voice acting is better now, but I think it gave me such a like, these guys are trying to be Genshin with Honkai vibes, and they don't cut it. That it kind of stamped the game out of my catalog at that point.
Fair enough. I just couldn't get into it. I was like, I just think I don't like open world games anymore. I was just like, I can't be asked to walk around and farm anymore. I just wanna chill. And like Honkai Star Rail is nicer for that, but nowadays I'm also like, for Honkai Star Rail, I need to do a lot of the story. Well, technically speaking, they make it very easy to level up characters in areas you haven't unlocked yet, because you unlock the farms for them already.
Yeah.
Luckily, so that's a good thing that they do, because that's also a gripe I had with Genshin. If you don't have the area unlocked, you can't level the character past level 20.
That's true. So I found like in Honkai Star Rail, they've introduced a new mode, which is basically TFT. When I started playing it, I was like, you know, I kept seeing people message about it, and finally when I finished the Penacony story, it unlocked for me. And I'm coming in there and I'm like, wait a second. As they're explaining how this works, I'm like, all right, you get 3 cards, then level them up to for 1 star, 2 star, 3 star. There's items. I'm like, oh my god, bitch, this is TFT, but you playing against AI. Okay. And literally once that kicked in, I was like, yeah, I know how to play this. And it was fun. I actually spent many hours on it because I do enjoy like these kind of, I feel like Honkai Star Rail does have really fun mini games. One of them was so much fun. I think it was like you had to have, it was an event, but it was like you basically had, you know, those weird cake cats that are on the space station?
Yes, oh my god, I love the cake cats.
Yeah, you had to, they were doing like a little race, and you were just an observer. Like you could like boost them or stop them, but the entire stream I was just going, so the cat goes this way, like I was in a fucking derby. It was amazing because it was so stupid, because you're like, come on, trash cat, because it's such cat that's trash
Come
cat.
on!
And then the trash cat doesn't win, and you're like, but the trash cat always wins because it ignores negative terrain or something. Why didn't it win? Anyway, so they do have these mini games where you actually like, I know this is crazy, I know this is bullshit, but it's so much fun. And their events are so like, I have not seen a very long event except for the ones with the story, like the Aurum Alley, or the one where you're a horror Twitch streamer and you have to like manage a social media account for a Twitch streamer.
God,
like,
that one.
But like even then, it is kind of a cool concept. Like I want to try to play that. That just by hearing about it, I'm like, that sounds like a fun thing. Genshin events are mostly go talk to these few people, see a cutscene.
Yeah,
done.
Go talk to a random NPC 55.
Except I'm gonna defend there was
30.
one event in Genshin, which was really good, and that was the Potion Master one, where you had to like there was a booth outside of Mondstadt, and you had to make potions, and it was basically the drink mixer from Penacony. That event, but it was with potions, and then you had to sell them, and it was equally like Bellabog Museum Manager plus Penacony drink maker.
Okay, but
yeah,
guess,
but it was one event, and it's gone forever because it was the events in Genshin don't return. But that was the only event where I was like, you know what? I like this minigame. I genuinely like this minigame. I'm gonna keep playing it. I don't care about the story. I just want the minigame. I want to make potions. But I'm
Fair
like,
enough.
I could just buy Potion Simulator for that and not have to worry. But yeah, no, I agree. I just do it because I don't know. I feel like it was the first game I streamed, and I streamed it in Russian, and it's the only game I play in Russian anymore. And my Russian audience don't speak enough English to be there for my other streams, and I'm like, I don't want to abandon them, so I just come back to it once in a while.
Enough. You know, Cookie Run Kingdom has a surprisingly deep story for the fact that they're cookies. It's a lot of like it has a very adult, like it's very literally sugar coated. Like it sugar coats war, like mass murder, all that sort of shit, and like some crazy shit. If you look deeper into it, you're like, oh shit, like jam is blood and that sort of stuff. And I was like, oh right, that's actually kind of fun.
I mean, yeah, that's creative. One thing, it's the similar what I found when I started reading Korean manhwas rather than manga. And I found while the manga seem to be like, they do... I guess it depends on, obviously it's the same thing as culture as well. Like, you can have some really adult manga like fucking Berserk. Amazing manga. Honestly, the anime is nothing. Manga, just the art, fantastic. Horror manga are insane because they're just always drawn as a perfection and are so unsettling. And the Japanese know horror really well. They know how to make you crap your pants just by looking at a page. Like, you know it's just a drawing, but you're shitting bricks. Manhwas, though, I found overall have a generally more of a grown-up storyline. Like, even the stupid, like, oh, I went into this dungeon with a system thing, like, even that, like, they do have a lot more adult themes, and I find even those that have, like, you know, there's a main dude, you know the recipe. Main dude from Korea isekais into a world, or the gates open and now they have to jump into dungeons to clear monsters prevent them from destroying soul, or now that there's espers and their guides and shit. There's a genre for this. I'm not gonna tell you all the rules, but even there, like, you always find, like, the main character's a dude, right? And there's a lot of beautiful women and strong men they meet on the way. In a Japanese version of this, all the beautiful women will become the harem of the main man. I know not all of the stories are like this, but I'd say 90% are pretty solidly like this, and the female characters exist only as love interests. Now, in Korean manhwas, I find that is also the case. However, it is not, like, the main point. The main point is the system. The main point is the level up. And, like, I find that there's a lot more bromance. Like, there's a lot more, like, emphasis on the relationships between bros and, like, helping, like, it's like shonen manga, but, like, how they used to be before all of the yasification and then the crazy perverts that came into them. It was mostly, like, shonen manga for the sake of, like, brotherhood, we're going hunt treasure, yeah, there's a hot bitch here, but she's just here for an episode, we're gonna carry on and do the man thing that we do. It's a genre thing. I disagree with it, you know, that's why I watch seinen and adult anime, because it gives you more of a big perspective on everything, but you know what I mean, right? And I feel like Korean manhwas still have that spirit of, yeah, I know, hot girl here, but she's not useless. She actually has this cool skill, or she's the head of this academy kind of thing, and immediately when she sees the main character, she doesn't go love crazy, she doesn't like him, and, you know, she's the enemy for the first half of the book, you know, and then finally, they, you know, kind of, the romance happens, but it's not important. The hero's journey is what's important, and I feel like that's why I like manhwa a lot more. And also the fact that they're colored.
Yeah, no, that helps.
Yeah.
There's a really, like, I mean, there are a bunch of good seasonal anime that have been releasing recently too, that I have watched. Cause me and my roommate watch seasonal anime together when during dinner.
Oh, nice.
It's like, we'll cook dinner and then we'll just sit on the couch and then we have our TV and then we just stream anime.
Yep, I feel that.
Through legal ways.
Yep. My model can't wink, but I agree with you.
Currently, we're like, there's a bunch of good ones this season. Like, we have the continuation of Gachi Yakuta, which is it's made by a person who has also worked on Soul Eater, and it has some really good story.
Yeah, Soul Eater had a great story.
The person who is like the main person is non-binary who works on the manga and the series. It has some very like it has very hip references. I feel like.
What is it called again?
It Gachiaku. Hold on. Let me just go
Oh,
to
okay,
anime
Gachiakuto. I found
schedule.
it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's an anime about trash, and like valuing trash, basically, just like recycling and taking care of items instead of throwing them away.
Huh.
Oh,
I
there's so
like the
many
art
good anime.
style. The art style reminds me of Demon Hunter. What are they called?
Demon Slayer.
Demon Slayer, yeah.
Yeah, it has a very unique art style, and I really like it.
Huh.
Um, that there's so many anime I can mention. You also have Sanda, which is a seasonal that's airing right now, which is it's like a dystopian future where children are basically valued more than adults, and everyone is hyperly obsessed with youth. And like the legend of Santa Claus has disappeared, but there are descendants of like there's a boy in a school that is a descendant of Santa Claus, and they're navigating like like the exploration of adulthood and growing up, basically, with
Oh
some
boy.
pretty cool action and some crazy plots.
Was it the one I've seen a meme? Again, I only see anime through memes, but I've seen a meme that somebody was commenting on. There was this like anime where they were all kids, and apparently, if you fall in love, you turn into an adult. And there was this like they're all like in childlike bodies, and then this girl fell in love with this guy, and she's like, one day I woke up and I became a teenager, and then she comes to school and everybody like shames her for looking different. I'm like, this seems like a weird social commentary. Seems like interesting, but that's the I don't know what anime this is about, and this is the only like meme I know of it.
I don't know.
Um,
I don't know if it's the same, but there is a similar situation. Like the kids are not allowed to sleep because sleeping advances puberty.
what?
That's
What?
their ideology. Like they're forcing the kids to stay young as long as
How
possible.
do they live? Human
Uh,
beings can't live without sleep.
don't add that.
Okay,
There's
okay.
supplements, I believe,
Gotcha,
but
gotcha. Coffee and cocaine.
like they're not allowed. They're forced to. They're not allowed to sleep. Like they just have to lay with their eyes open.
Oh, jeez.
Um, and there's one of the characters does actually sleep, but hasn't gone through puberty yet. And there's a lot like there's doomed Yuri in there, basically, because one of the girls then eventually falls asleep and actually does go through a
We
growth
might be talking
spurt.
about the same anime. I feel like we might be.
Maybe.
We might be. Hold on. Can I quickly? I need to feed my dog and I need to turn the fan on. So can we take a 5-minute break?
Yeah, I'll go talk to chat in the meantime if they have something
Yeah,
to
if
say.
that's cool. The dog's been crying because he's hungry. It's past his dinner time.
Yeah, no,
He's not being fed.
understandable.
All right, I just need about 5 minutes, maybe even less, and then we're Gucci. I'll be back.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Sorry my model was tweaking, but
No worries.
managed to catch a little bit. Oh, okay, I saw the video you sent me. I'll watch it later, but so we have a soda stream machine. I don't know if any of you have a similar thing. Lifesaver. You can just make carbonated water at home with some gas. It's great. Really good for if you have a party and you want to make a lot of like whiskey coke or rum and coke. It's perfect. But yeah. So fed the dog. He's happy now. No, you can't have more. Portion control. Can you believe my dog jumped out a window? Not right now. Not right now. But yeah,
no,
crazy,
obviously not.
crazy story. So my dog is he's gonna be 2 years old in April. So he's 18 months, 16 months, however many months. 16, I think. Still a baby, basically. So we went to visit our friend who works for the army. And we were he basically works on an army base, and they have like these barracks where most people have dogs, and you can sort of book one for the night and leave the dog there. So we drove there, we left the dog in the room, and it was like the hottest summer in the UK. It was like 30 degrees Celsius out there. I don't know how much that in Fahrenheit, like add 24 and that would be it, I think. I don't know, or add 100? Whatever the conversion rate, it was hella hot. And so we left the window open, but we closed the blinds to keep the sun out. And, you know, left food, water for the dog, ball, toys, whatever he wants. And went outside to drink. And it was like a cowboy-themed night, so we're all dressed as cowboys, getting completely drunk. And then, like, we hear somebody say, oh, did you hear someone's dog, like, fell out a window? We're like, oh, no, that's horrible. Because, you know, a lot of people there have dogs, and all of them left them there to go drink, naturally. And so we're like, oh, but no, look what happens. Like, he fell off the 3rd floor. We're like, that is, or like 3rd story. We're like, that is horrible. It's like, it was like, we think it was like an orange dog, probably a golden retriever. And we're just like, nah, can't be our dog. And they're like, yeah, I think your dog is the only golden retriever on base. So we went to check. There wasn't anything underneath the window. Then we went into the hotel room and the dog, or like the dorm, and the dog wasn't there. So we went back outside, and apparently he jumped out, then went around the building to play with some girls. Somebody brought their kids over to play with some girls. So
yeah, that sounds like the most golden retriever thing ever.
Yes. So he injured his paw, but obviously all of us are drunk. None of us can drive him to the hospital to do any scans, because obviously he could be bleeding internally and we wouldn't know. So we had to get a pet Uber, take him to a bumfuck nowhere hospital at 11 p.m. while dressed as cowboys and drunk. By the end of it, we spent a lot of money, but he just twisted his ankle, and for like 7 months he had to be on and off, but now he's almost completely cured. His leg still looks a bit wonky, because I don't think it healed right, but he's not in pain. He can run. He can go up and down stairs. Even our doctor said, like, there's no need to do a surgery. Like, his leg will look a bit weird, but he can stand on it. He can do things. Who cares?
Oh, that's important.
Yeah, but no, it was crazy. When we tell anybody, like, oh, why is your dog limping? Or why is your dog in a cast? We're like, he jumped out a window. And all he did was twist an ankle like a freaking princess.
Yeah, no, it sounds like the most golden retriever thing to do. Jumping out of the window to play with some children.
Oh god, yes. Especially because when we realized, because of the way the windows work, the sound from the outside was amplified. Problem was we had no idea how he did it. Because there was no window ledge. It was just the blinds and then the window, and there was nothing near the window for him to climb. The bed was quite like 2 meters away from the window, which is why we left him, because we were like, okay, he can't climb out the window even if he wanted to. We put everything away. So that's still a mystery as to how he did it. Our theory is he bounced on the bed, got the momentum, and then jumped. And because of that, he didn't even jump on the windowsill. He just jumped through the window like a seal. And because of that, he landed right. So, which, I mean, falling from that height, I think, I don't know if you deal with meters or you more deal with feet.
Yeah, meters. I'm not an American.
Yeah, so I think he fell down about, I want to say 15, 16 meters. Yeah, when we looked at that, we're like, if I fell out from there, I'd break every bone in my body. And the dog just twisted an ankle, didn't even break anything, just like twisted a joint. And I'm like, motherfucker, this dog that gave us all a fright. And the entire military base were like aware when we brought him back. Because obviously we're staying overnight and we're too drunk to drive home. It's like a 4-hour drive. So we just came back after the vet with the dog, and everybody like was giving us extra chicken wings from the dinner, all drunk, saying, "How's your dog? I heard he went flying yesterday." We were the talk of the base. It was crazy. Do you got any pets?
I don't actually, but that's because I live with a housemate right now
Mm.
because I moved out of my parents' place due to tensions and such. So I don't have money or time for pets
Hey
or
girl,
space.
I understand. I moved a 6-hour flight away from my parents. I moved to a different continent. Not because I don't love them, okay? I do. I just can't live with them. I just can't.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
And also I wanted to go to university, so I was like, yeah, bye. And they're like, can't you go to university in this country? I went, no. I'm going to the UK. Bye-bye. And fucked off. And then, haven't been back since. Well, I go visit, but that's it.
Yeah, no, fair.
Yeah, I mean, living by yourself, at the time, it was affordable because I was in a cheap city. Yeah, me and my partner, I used to live alone. And most of my salary, I think 70% of my salary, of my full-time job, not even a part-time, kind of full-time, qualified, upper middle management kind of job, 70% of it went on rent. That's not even with electricity and everything. It was insane, and I didn't want to live with a flatmate. So my partner, when he was like, let's move in together, I was like, we know each other for a year? Cool. Yeah, okay, you're not a serial killer. Sure, let's move in together right now. Because I don't want... Now, I spend 40% of my paycheck on rent, and that's normal in the capital, you know? That's like New York. 40% of your paycheck is gonna go to your rent. Go to your landlord. Absolute ripoff, but it is what it is.
Yeah, landlords are leeches in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think I'll ever be able to afford a house to live in. Nevertheless, another house to let. Like, that's just crazy.
God, imagine. I don't think many people could ever.
Not in this economy. But on better and brighter things, if you could have a pet, what kind of pet would you have?
Good. Probably a cat. I like cats.
Ooh.
I'm also slightly allergic to dogs, so.
Oh. Well, I hear golden retrievers can be bred to be hypoallergenic. Or was it Labradors? Oh. There is a breed of dog that I used to have that was like, if you have allergies, you can have, I think it's Labrador retrievers because they're short fur. But they can be bred to be, like, if you're allergic to dogs, they can be hypoallergenic. Specifically for that purpose.
I had to do an allergy test because I have a lot of congestion always, and dogs was one of them that was tested positive.
I feel like,
but it wasn't that bad.
I feel like I should do an allergy test because I feel always congested, but I don't know if that's just the UK because it's always wet here. And I'm always kind of perpetually having a cold, so I don't know if it's that or I'm just allergic to things.
Doing an allergy test would be a good idea because then you can take preventive measures.
Yeah, I find like here it's more because it's always either rainy or wet or cold outside, and you go inside and it's very hot. My sinuses immediately go blah blah blah. Or maybe I just sound like a very nasally congested kind of man.
I went to the UK was it summer? It felt like summer.
Oh,
it was for MCM Comic-Con in London.
Ah!
No, it was October.
I was there!
You were?
Yes!
Oh my god.
I went all 3 days! I was an elf, all in blue.
I was an elf, I bought elf ears there, but I had a pretty green dress. Man,
there was so many elves during that Comic-Con. So I mostly went around booths because all of the guests on this, like, last October's Comic-Con, there weren't anybody who I really wanted to meet. My first ever Comic-Con was when Critical Role and Baldur's Gate cast were there, so it was epic.
Oh.
This Comic-Con, in comparison, I was like, yeah, the panels aren't really my thing, but because of that, I had 3 days of full shopping. It was great. I went to every single artist, I went to every single bookstore, like, author and everything. And then I did it all in 2 days, to the point where entire Saturday I spent playing Daggerheart, because that's when I think that's when Daggerheart came out. Well, it came out a bit before then, but it was like, they did a lot of demo tables, and I was like, after I played it, I was like, man, I want to get the game, and so I did, and we've played it.
Yeah,
that's how we know. But yeah, it was, I had a lot of fun. I'm going, in April again, because they do it twice a year.
Yeah, listen, I went to London because I got invited by another streamer friend.
Yeah.
And I met up with Grin as well because Grin knew that I was going there.
Yeah, Grin was going to this October's one, but I went to the... Oh, no, I think... Yeah, sorry, I go to the spring ones usually. My first ever was October. That's why. This October one, I didn't go. I know Sheriff went. Because... Yeah, I find it's because, I don't know. I find October in the UK is very wet, and if I'm going in cosplay, it's just not going to be great. But April and March is when summer starts, so you can actually get quite a few sunny days. And the Comic-Con last year had some really good sunny days around the time, so my cosplay didn't get ruined.
Hell yeah. Honestly, this year was actually really nice. I was surprised to see any sun during MCM Comic Con, let alone like an actual warm day. Like we were standing outside just like meeting up, and we were like, I was like, holy shit, it's actually a palpable temperature.
Yeah, UK can surprise you in like spring and winter. I mean, it's global warming. What do you want?
Yeah,
but I mean,
hey, listen, I won't complain. I hate the cold.
The problem is, I don't know if I'll stay in London after the summer. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna book my potentially, hopefully not last Comic-Con. But if I'm gonna be living elsewhere, Comic-Con would not be easy to do.
Yeah, no, like I live in the Netherlands, so I had to fly out.
Yeah.
It was so miserable, by the way, because I haven't told this story before, but like I had to fly because I bought a flight ticket because a train was really expensive. So I had to go like 3 hours with the bus, or 2 to 3 hours with the bus and train to get to the airport alone.
Mm-hmm.
And my first bus didn't show up. And it was the most convenient bus. Otherwise, I guess, and then so it didn't show up. The next bus came in an hour. It was raining, so I had to find shelter, and I had to then also hop to 3 other buses before I could get on the train to the airport.
Was that in the Netherlands or the UK?
Netherlands.
Okay.
Mega stressed out, right? So I and on the last bus before the train, my flight got cancelled.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Because there were storms going on.
What?
And a lot of planes couldn't fly to Heathrow. So my plane got cancelled, and I got to schedule it in for like later in the day. And then that got cancelled too.
Oh, I've been there. But yeah, it's the worst.
So I had to stand in line to talk to like support, basically. Of like, hey, I need a flight like ASAP, because I need to go to this convention, and there was a last minute flight that they could book in. I might have been on standby, but I was lucky. I had to basically go from Amsterdam to Glasgow, and from Glasgow to Heathrow. But also my plane basically left in like less than an hour. So I had to immediately rush to get my luggage checked in.
Oh, God.
I had just enough time to get a coffee, and then I had to go to the gate.
Yeah, I feel like my horror travel story, I think I can think of 2, but like delays wise, I think the worst one was when me and my friend, we were going home for Christmas. Home for me is Jordan, so Middle East. Right near Palestine, so fun times. Airport gets closed like that. Just suddenly, Israel and Palestine are having problems. Jordan's airport's not working because too close. They don't want planes flying over there, and you're like, ah, man. But anyway, not the point. So we used to live in Sheffield. So we go into Heathrow, which is a 2.5-hour train. So one thing I can say about trains, they're bullshit. Every time I ever went to Scotland, I always was going through delays or strikes or some other shit, but they at least run. They don't run on time, but they run. Oh my god. And Antonio again with the anime song. You little troll. But thank you for using the bits for it. Anyway, what was I saying? Sorry, it's so loud. It really discombobulates me every time I speak. I can't hear myself. Yes, so we took the train. The train was fine. We managed to get into Heathrow. We're sitting waiting for a flight. Our flight's at 4 p.m. It gets delayed, right? It doesn't get outright cancelled. It gets delayed because we have We look outside, and there is literal gales of wind carrying, like, metal billboard signs off. And we're like, yeah, it's fine. Planes are flying this weather. Why not? It's just a storm. And so we're just sitting there and waiting, and then it gets delayed and delayed and delayed and delayed. And we've been there for 7 hours now in the airport, and it's delayed, and it's 11 p.m. And then it's canceled, and they say, well, you're going to have to come the next day. But by 11 p.m., there's no trains to go back to Sheffield. And the airport is closed. And we're like, what the fuck are we supposed to do then if the airport is closed until 7 a.m.? They're like, oh, we'll provide you with a hotel. And in the middle of the night, me and my friend are like, we're starving. Let's go to a McDonald's. And we're braving the gale, the absolute hurricane, to try to find a McDonald's at 2 a.m. because that's the only thing open at 2 a.m. to go have some food. Because again, if it was cancelled, we would have been like, all right, let's go have proper dinner. Let's do something. So we already, submitted our baggage, and we're waiting in duty free. Like, we've already passed the border. We're just waiting for our flight. And because they kept delaying it, we're like, yeah, well, I don't want to go to a proper restaurant because I don't know, maybe they'll be like, oh, your flight's on now, let's go. So, we're just biding our fucking time. Luckily for us, like, we were in a country where our visa was okay, but everybody else who was, like, transiting in Heathrow probably got screwed because they have to, like, the airport's closed, so they have to go into the UK, which a lot of them wouldn't have a visa for. I don't know what they did. There was a lot of big mess. I think that was the worst one I've had. My usual flight to visit my family in Russia from Jordan used to be, we'd take a flight to Istanbul, which is in Turkey, and then it was a 15-hour transit. So during those 15 hours, we would just leave and be like, yo, you legally have to provide us a hotel. And in those 15 hours, we'd just go through the border, because Turkey and Russia had an understanding at the time, and we didn't need a visa. They would take a shuttle bus, send us to a hotel, we'd take a nap, then they would send the bus for us, we'd go back to the airport. And actually, because our bags are in transit, we wouldn't get our bags back. The bags would automatically be transferred to the new flight.
Oh.
So obviously when we had to take a nap in that hotel, in our carry-on, we would be like, all right, we have to make sure, like, if we take it to the cabin, it has, like, I don't know, some sort of pajamas or, like, something to, like, take a nap in, or, especially if my mom with her makeup, like, makeup remover and other things. And the stuff you don't need, you can put in the suitcase that goes in the hold. Well, I have a lot of airplane stories, okay? I travel a lot. With a family who lives in 3 different countries, there's a lot of shit with airplanes. I think so that was the most inconvenient one, was the storm in Heathrow, because it was also on Christmas as well, so it was very busy. I think the scariest flight was when we were on a vacation to Egypt over summer, and we used, like, those charter airlines that use old planes. And one of the planes we took, I don't know whether the pilot was drunk or something, but I remember going into, like, airport in Marmaris, which was like a tiny, teeny airport, and my dad taking a nap, and I'm looking out the window, and I just see the ocean. And by the ocean, or like the sea, I don't mean I see, like, the sky, horizon, and sea, I just see sea. And I'm like, what? And then I look at the other window, and all I see is sky. So we're basically flying at 180 degrees. And for a second, we were about to land. Like, I get when you're turning, you have to, like, turn. But this wasn't a turn. This was a full 180. I felt the gravity hit me on my right ear, and I was like, what is happening? Like, what? How are we landing like this? And then at some point, everybody was panicking. And then, like, almost right before, like, getting on, like, where the concrete is, where the plane is supposed to land, he finally righted the plane. And I was like, was he drunk? Did he fall asleep? Like, what happened there? Because it's the same, right? That was the scariest
Horror
flight.
story. Yep. Holy.
Scariest flight I've had. To the point where, on our way back, hey, Impregnator.
Hello, the Impregnator. Welcome
Also,
for the follow. I hope you enjoy your time. How you doing?
Thank you for the random hat. I have a random hat redeemed. This is ahoy, matey. Yeah, we're a ship captain now. But yeah, and then on the way back, my mom was so scared that she was like, can we take a train? Can we take a boat? Can we take a bus? Anything but the fucking flight. Because we were booked with the same company. We're like, no, we don't want to go back from our vacation on that death plane. Apart from that, I think I've actually had pretty good airplane stories in a way. Like, I've had very long flights, but that was kind of it. Like, it was never this bad. I think maybe it's because I'm so paranoid about flights that I leave like 6 hours before my flight. So even if there are any delays in trains or buses, I'm like, I'll be there on time. For
Yeah, no, no.
sure.
I also took like when I had to go alone, I took into account that like everything would go wrong, and everything did go wrong.
Yeah, but you
And,
still
like-
made it because you're like, hey, I took it into the account, man. And then there is my partner now who's like, oh, I'm going to the airport. My flight is like at 9 a.m. I'm gonna leave the house at 7:30. And I went, what? Are you crazy? He's like, meh. My like, I'm going to the US. My flight's at 9 a.m. I'm gonna leave at 7:30. For me to go to the UK, I have to go through 8 checkups. 8 different checkups, starting with suitcase, then with border, then before border with ticket, then after ticket with visa, then after visa another checkup, then another checkup. I'm like, this dude just walks in, throws his bag, fills out a form, like clicks a button, gets his boarding pass, and just goes. I'm like, I hate him. I hate him for that. That's the fact that he's a white male with a British passport. He can just go anywhere he likes. So yeah, but people like this, they terrify me because I'm like, what if your flight your train is late? What if your flight's early? Fuck you gonna do? Oh, sorry. Remembered another story. It's a transit story. So I was going to, I think I was going to Rome. And the way I was going to Rome, I was taking a plane from Manchester to Charles de Gaulle Airport in France, which is the worst airport. Do not go to Charles de Gaulle. You probably heard of Charles de Gaulle.
No, I haven't.
Fucking nightmare. France has a lot of airports. Do not go to that one. There's a reason. I will explain why. And then from Charles de Gaulle, I was flying to Rome. With British Airways. So the Manchester to Charles de Gaulle flight was late. Because of course, flying out of the UK, you're always delayed by 40, 50 minutes. My transit was only 2 hours. So when we land, I run because I need to pass the European border. Because at the time, England was still part of the EU. But I have to go through the border to then go to the other flight. And the queues at the border are always insane. And so I'm legging it. I have 15 minutes after I finish the border, and I have to get to the gate and board before the boarding closes. So I book it across this giant airport. I get on the plane at the last minute. And then they tell me that I made it, but my luggage didn't. So I land in Rome.
No.
I land in Rome on my 2-week vacation with no luggage and just a carry-on bag with daily necessities, I guess, but there's no change of clothes. My phone chargers are not on me, nothing's on me. And so I land in Rome and I get to this Airbnb. But luckily, I think a lot of air companies now, if your luggage got lost or is delayed, you can tell them the address and they will deliver your luggage to it. At least in the UK this happened. So a lot of the time where I knew I had to I have to get on this train, then on these 3 buses, it's gonna take me 3 hours. Maybe I'll just tell the British Airways to deliver my suitcase if I don't need it. If I'm going home, I'm like, I have another change of clothes in the house. I can wait to get my suitcase back. But yeah, man, planes. Sorry, I just hogged it. It's because all of this started coming back to me as a wave of terror.
It's understand that reminds me. As I was, so, I had to go on the flight to Glasgow and then to Heathrow to get to MCM. And I was told at the airport, in Amsterdam, oh, yeah, your luggage will automatically be transferred to the next plane. And I got in Glasgow and I was like, you know what? I heard some contradicting information. I'm going to check.
Yeah, always.
And then I was told, oh, no, you need to go grab it and check it in yourself. And I was like, are you sure? Are you sure? I don't have much time. And they're like, yep, nope. And I was like,
so I think
love.
That's important because a lot of the time you have to check who the provider is. Because if it's the same provider, so for certain, I know if you do British Airways through Heathrow, and you fly British Airways into Heathrow and then British Airways from Heathrow elsewhere, they will automatically move your bags because it's the same airplane, the same company who runs the plane. Now, a lot of the time they would have combined air companies, so it'd be British Airways plus Lufthansa, and they'd be one plane, but 2 companies are selling tickets for it. Now, if you have...
But thank you so much for the follow.
Oh, yeah, thank you so much for that as well. When you fly, though, imagine you fly with Lufthansa, for example, into Glasgow, and then British Airways from Glasgow to Heathrow, that's when you would have to change your luggage because they're different companies. So I think that might have been a thing, but I've always had like because I fly transit since I was 6, I know all the tips and tricks of transit and how long it's too long and how, you know, what's too short of a transit to do. These days, I'm like, if there's a direct flight, fuck it, I'm taking a direct flight. I don't care how much it costs. I'm taking a direct flight.
Yeah, no,
Transit honestly isn't worth it unless it's the only way to get somewhere.
I had to everything was because I was I flew with KLM and then into British Airways. Yeah, so that's probably why.
That was it. Yeah.
I got there on I luckily my luggage was out first, so I had just enough time to
it's
get to the
because
gate.
you were last on that flight, so your luggage came out first.
Oh, you're so right.
So yeah, luck, this is the thing. But yeah, next time I would check that it's the same provider, because then they're legally obligated to move your luggage between planes. But it was really funny because I did that as well, but because I physically managed to push my way through Charles de Gaulle, but my luggage didn't. It was really funny arriving in Rome of like, oh yeah, I made it, but the luggage didn't. Cool. It'll be fine, I guess. Oh, so
France
stupid.
moment.
Yeah, but no, that is the worst airport I've ever seen. So never go. If you have a choice to never touch Charles de Gaulle Airport, never transit there. I think it's the layout. It's the problem that their border is like they only have 2 booths. They might have revamped it, but they only have 2 booths working, so the queues are insane. There's nowhere to sit. The airport is too big, so going from gate to gate is crazy. Like Istanbul Airport is huge. However, they have very good signs. They explain where all the gates are. They tell you how long it takes you to walk to a gate from where you are, so you can time yourself. The border usually has at least 6 booths open at a time, so you know people are moving, and the luggage check is actually like they do it quickly. So, you know, even though it's a huge airport, it is doable if you're in a rush. Charles de Gaulle is absolutely not doable. I have no idea how I did it. I was 18. I was perky. I looked very lost and sad, and all the staff wanted to help me. So, you know, that's how you do it. Just look like an innocent, sad, and on the verge of tears, and then the staff helps you.
Yeah, no, fair. I mean, I feel like I'm quite confident. I have been quite. Oh, we have ads running. You know, I've been quite confident on the 2 flights that I had to do on my own. I mean, the first time I got brought, like, I went on a vacation alone when I was, like, 20 or 21, and I got brought by my mother to the airport, so I didn't have to take transport, because it was in the middle of the night anyway. It wouldn't have been possible.
Yeah, sure.
And, you know, that one went pretty fine. I arrived in, like, around the afternoon in the hotel, and the first thing I did was went to Gran Canaria because I was like, sun vacation. First thing I did, I checked in, and then I went to the bar to get a cocktail.
Hey, vacation time. It's 24/7 drink, innit?
Yeah, true. And so I had all inclusive, but I thought you still had to pay for the drinks for some ungodly reason. So I paid, and then later they were like, "Oh, but you have all inclusive. Why did you pay? You don't have to do that." And they were like, shit." And then they did pay me back, luckily.
That was really nice of them. In any hotel I've been in, if you pay double, they're like, "Yeah, okay." They never tell you. They just expect you to pay double. Maybe it's because I lived in third world countries. I just assume everybody wants to screw you. And so, you know, I have these nifty...
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, you go into a hotel, you never touch the minibar, you know the rules, never touch the minibar. They will charge you, like, through the roof for no reason. Yeah, I'm one of those, like, thrifty locals. That's like, no, don't do this.
I had a minibar. Oh, no, I didn't have a minibar. I had a mini fridge that I could put stuff in, but I didn't have anything in it. Except for what I put in there myself. Of course.
Yeah, but I know a lot of hotels will put stuff in there, and if you open it, that goes on your room bill. That's above the room bill that you've already paid. That's just a rip-off, man.
I also remember just like I had a bath, and that was so like I was like, okay, I have 2 weeks here. I'm gonna bathe. I went into the bath almost every day.
I mean,
I was
hey,
like,
the point of a vacation is to relax. I've not had a
true.
proper, full, relaxed vacation because all of my vacation time I take to go see my parents over Christmas, who I love to bits, as I said before. And while I don't have to do shit when I'm home for Christmas, it's not 2 weeks in Portugal. It's not, it's not a me going on a vacation by myself somewhere nice, right? To pamper
Yeah,
myself.
no,
It's
it's not an all-inclusive resort where you can drink
no.
whatever you want and
No.
not have to
No.
worry.
It's like I wake up at like 10 a.m. and I'm like, hey, I want myself a rum and coke. Cause it's Christmas. Fuck you. I'm in my pajamas. I want to get drunk. And I come to the fridge and then I see the judging eyes of my mother from another room and I'm like, oh, fuck off. I can't have my own drink in the house. So you know what I mean. It's different. If I was in Portugal, I was drinking port from 9 a.m. till late at night and did not give a fuck. I was like, yo, I'm on vacation. And you know what? All the locals also had port with all of their food that early, and nobody gave a shit. And I was like, there we go. Nobody judges me
I
here.
was in I was in an like so Gran Canaria. I was in Las Palomas, and I was in the gay like right next to the gay district, basically like the gay
Nice.
center, like Playa de Ingles. I could literally walk out of my hotel, cross the street, and I was in the plaza. And
Fabulous.
so till like middle of the night, I would like I had vacation friends. A lot of my vacation friends on that vacation were like at least 10 years older than me, because I was the young at like for most of the vacation the youngest person there.
Haha.
Because it was adults only, and I was like a 21-year-old just going alone,
Yeah,
chilling,
I have
and
a
the rest
yeah.
was a lot of old people.
Hmm. I have a funny story about being the youngest person. So that trip to Rome, that one I was telling you about, it was my first ever trip on my own. As an
Mhm.
adult without my parents. So that is when I turned 18. I just finished my first year of university in the UK. My uncle called me, my Russian uncle he was about in his mid 30s at the time. So he was like, "Hey, by the way, I'm going to Italy with my at the time girlfriend, who is not his wife, who's right now at the time girlfriend, and I'm bringing some friends over. We're gonna stay in like an Airbnb, like we're gonna get a flat for like 6 people rather than a hotel. Um, and we're going to see this band. I don't know if you know of them. They're called Metallica. And I was in my heavy metal phase, like crazy at the time. So when he's like, I got tickets for Metallica, and I was hyperventilating. I was like, what? It's like, you just have to get a visa to come to Rome to see Metallica live. And I was like, bitch, I am going. I don't care. I'm going. It's over the summer, the
I
summer
already booked the
vacation.
flight.
I was like, yes, uncle, I'll do it. So it was my uncle who was 30 something, which is, now I'm 30. I'm like, that's pretty young. But at the time, I was like, oh, they're very old. And there was a bunch of his 30 plus friends that he had with him, and me, an 18-year-old niece. So I tell them how I got to Rome and how my luggage got lost, and then it came like 2 days in, so that's fine. And the majority of my time, I spent waking up at 7 a.m. because it was my first time ever in Europe. I've never been to Europe before. I've always been in shitty third world ruined buildings. I never saw beauty that is Rome. So I was like, right, I'm going to every single museum. I'm gonna take pictures. I'm gonna go outside. I'm gonna tourist the shit out of this place. And all my uncle's friends wanted to do was get drunk. That's all they wanted to do. They just wanted to completely get drunk on cheap wine and, sleep through the morning. I had a different schedule, so I was like, screw it, I'll just do it myself. So for the Vatican, as a student, you can go in for free. However, you have to queue up really early, like 6 a.m. So I remember my uncle going on a bender with his friends, who were great. And then I'm sort of watching my drink, because I knew I had to wake up at 5 a.m. to go to the Vatican. And he's not, and none of them are. In the morning, I wake up, they're all strewn across the floor, because they never went back to their own beds to sleep, because it was a huge party, like it was every day. And I'm heading out quietly, and then I feel a hand on my ankle. And of course I scream, turn around, and see my uncle waking up from, like, the floor. Like, where are you going? I'm like, Vatican? Like, I told you I'm going to the Vatican. He's like, I'm coming with you. I'm like, bro, you're hungover as shit. You're not. He's like, I'm not letting you go alone. You're only 18. I'm like, I'm going to the Vatican. I'm not a young boy. I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. I'm a girl.
Yeah.
Chill, bro. He's like, no. He had this weird thing where I think he was, at the time, he thought I was still a kid. So he's like, I'm coming with you. And so my entire trip to the Vatican was marred by my uncle bitching. It's too hot in here. There's too many people. God, do they not have any cafes where I can drink water? I need the toilet. And I'm standing there in the Sistine Chapel like, bitch, can you stop? I'm trying to enjoy the museum. And all you do is bitch and moan. So that wasn't even the highlight of the trip. Of course, it was the Metallica concert, where it was outside of Rome. And of course, nobody of the party could speak English, except for me. So I had to organize everyone's train tickets, get them to the train station, put them on the correct train. I'm 18, they're all 30 plus. Then I put them on wrangle these cats, put them all on the correct train. We go to the venue earlier. They wanted to come in right when the thing started, but I'm like, you never go to a concert on the time the concert's supposed to start, because you never get good slots. You don't have seats. It's an outdoors concert in summer. You go early so you can get closer to the fucking stage, man. And so I was like, I knew this at 18, and they had experience of going to concerts. I'm like, why am I have to teach you this shit? So I take them to this concert. We see Metallica. I don't drink at the concert for a good reason, because it ends at like 1 a.m. and the last train back to Rome is at 2. So if we don't get it, we're gonna have to sleep outside in a random Ipodromo local city or whatever the fuck, which I don't know. So I'm like, okay, I have to be sober to make sure I make it to the last train. And I told them, don't go away from me. This is a multi-thousand, I think it was like a horse race track that they played, because it was so big. They had so many people outside. So I was like, don't leave me, because I will not find you in this like 20,000 people. I blink, they're all gone. And I'm like, oh my god, none of them have phones with reception. I can't call them. And so I don't know through what magic, I managed to go by the lavatories and found them passed out, drunk and high near them. And I just, not only my uncle, but all of his friends, managed to wrangle them all together, including his, at the time, girlfriend, shove them in the train, get back home. And then guess what? Next day, 7 a.m., I'm up and at it again. And they're all hungover, drunk, and tired. And that was the entire trip. And my nickname for the trip was Grandma, because I would refuse to party hard. So you say, like, oh, I was the youngest person there. I'm like, sometimes being the youngest person there is being the oldest person there.
Yeah, no.
I don't understand people who are like, especially British people are the worst at this. They would like travel to Spain, and all they would do is sit in the same cafe or the same hotel for 2 weeks, binge drinking. I'm like, yo, I get it. Go to a restaurant, then go to a bar. But then the next day, shake it up a bit. Go see a museum. I don't know. Go get a salsa class. Spain's beautiful. Go to a different restaurant. Yeah, you don't have to find yourself a location and then just plant yourself there for 2 weeks and then destroy your liver and your skin and then go home. You haven't been to Spain. that does not count. I don't know. Do you know people who do vacations like this? Or
like drinking, or
no? It's like you go to a foreign country, right? You have a vacation for, let's say, 2 weeks over summer, and the entire vacation you do exactly the same thing: sit in the same restaurant, drink, do nothing else. Like no museums, no trips out to see the waterfalls or some shit like that. You know.
If we go when I go with my when we were younger and we would go with my parents, sometimes we would sit just in the resort for it most of the time. We would we tended to get like a car so we could get out, but sometimes we just sat at the hotel and we swam and spent our time there, because there's also sometimes plenty to do as kids, at least there.
Yeah, but that's different. I meant as an adult. You know.
Oh, I have no idea. I don't know. I personally when I was I went on vacation with my little brother to Kos, the Greek island.
Ooh, yeah.
And I had an ear infection at some point, so I didn't do much at the end.
Oh, no.
But before that, I had a few trips planned. I made sure that me and my little brother had plenty to do. We planned in a bunch of trips. We went on a safari.
Ooh.
Sort of we hired a safari to go into a car, and we would be driven around. And it included a lunch at a restaurant and
love that shit.
A few stops where we could take pictures, and it was great. The guy was really nice.
Was that in Greece, or where was the safari?
It was in Greece, and it's on the island of Kos.
Mm-hmm.
Very small island. It was also around my birth. We went there like around when my birthday would be. So me and my little brother celebrated my birthday together in like Cos City.
Awesome.
And we had a diving trip, though that didn't go well because ear infection, and that's
Oh,
kind of when I
God.
found out about the ear infection.
Yeah.
Because I have a problem when I want to I can't go under very easily because I'll get pain in my ears really quickly if I plunge under immediately.
Yeah. Oh, I changed the gas
And
pipe.
so the diving, and it was also really cold water. I'm very sensitive to the cold. It
Ooh.
was I couldn't do the diving trip. I had to stop. And we also went jet skiing.
Ooh,
That
love jet
was
skiing.
cool.
That's a lot.
Jet skiing was sick as fuck. And it's me and my little brother on a jet ski. So we weren't afraid to crank up the
The speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember on a jet ski, I once did that again in Turkey, because we mostly went to Turkey. It was the cheapest option for us, and it was without a visa, and my parents could afford it. And I think most... Thank you, Antonio, once again. Most of the... I have to wait till the song finishes. Sorry.
No worries.
But anyway, most of the trips we did were in Turkey, but like different resorts in Turkey. And so one time, I think last time I went when I was 14, and I drove, I got on the jet ski on my own, and I remember going full speed and then turning. And I got yeeted out of the jet ski, and I smacked into the water.
Did you give him it?
Yeah, I did give it. Smacked into the water, and then the jet ski service had a guy in a boat following you with a boat to take pictures so that you could keep the pictures of the journey. One of the pictures looks really cool because I'm in sunglasses, a great dry hair, wearing this orange vest, looking badass on a jet ski. And then suddenly the picture stopped because I yeeted myself, and I know how to swim, so I just laughed. My sunglasses came off, but I got them really quickly, and I just swam back to the jet ski, got on top of it, but the guys in the boat shat themselves. They started panicking, because I think I literally flew a proper arc. It was my fault, you don't go full speed and then turn suddenly.
Yeah.
Inertia, man.
No.
But it was funny.
Me and my little brother are Dutch, so we know how to swim naturally. We get taught that.
Yeah. I think, yeah, my dad taught me how to swim. Because I used to go to the sea since I was a kid. That's kind of a norm. I guess, I don't know, it's a Russian thing. When you have kids, every summer you go to the sea. Even if it's a shitty creek or a lake, you just take them somewhere with water and sand. I don't know why this combination makes sense. Obviously, for children, it's great. But for parents, I'm like, there's a lot of cleaning. And a lot of accidents that can happen. Is this really the best thing you could do to your kid over the summer? But I guess it is. So the idea of every time, even now, my parents ask me, are you going to go on vacation for summer? And I'm like, Mom, I'm an adult. I take vacation when I can for reasons of events to go. I only have 20 days. I don't have that many. I can't just take 3 weeks off and go somewhere in a resort. I don't have the time, the money, or the option. So no. But as a kid, it was a thing you did over the summer. You disappeared for 2 weeks from all your friends, and they all knew you went to the sea somewhere. And 5-star all-inclusive resorts were great because you just leave your kid in a closed-off area. They have security, and then you as parents can just go off to the bar while the kid plays on the pool for 5 hours.
Pool, the kids club.
You just leave the damn kid alone for 2 weeks. It's a break from the kid. So the parents would of course do it. But yeah, no, so I've been learning how to swim since I was a kid, but we never had swimming lessons in school for me. So I guess I learned on the sea. I think it's more of the fact that when you swim quite far away where there is no chance of seeing the bottom, I feel like that's a different than learning to swim in a pool, because you can't climb out at any point. If you swim far enough, it'll be at least 40 minutes or 30 minutes before you even get to shore. And you also have to take into account the stream, how strong the stream is if you're in a sea, for example. Because if you're swimming too far off, you need to account for how far away from the hotel beach it takes you. So you have to there's a lot of things that come into it. Also, a lot of places like Mark, where there's like a boy that swims, like, don't go past this because boats go past this and you can get hit by a boat. Don't go here. But to me as a young child, it was a challenge. I'm like, oh, are you challenging me? What do you mean boats? So I got into a lot of trouble for that, for just swimming out too far and then being yelled at by Coast Guard, like, get back into your hotel section.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I like for us Dutch swimming lessons, like we get taught by school, but I think we like our parents also just put us to swimming lessons outside of that because it's like it's almost mandatory in a way. We also like we get taught how to swim with our clothes on. We get like taught
Really?
like so we know what to do in yeah.
Oh.
I think we even learned how to act in like when a boat gets capsized.
Really? That's so cool. I kind of want to learn
think so.
that.
Like we had like a miniature. From what I remember, it was like a lesson where we had a miniature boat, and it would like we were just acting how we need to what we needed to do when it got capsized.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's
and like
yeah.
our indoor swimming pool had a water slide. So at the end of the lesson, you know, because we're kids, they would just turn on the water slide, and we got a bunch of minutes to play before
damn
we
it.
had to leave the pool.
That's cool. Sounds cool. Oh man, I mean, the second school I've been to, which was in Middle East, our school trips were great because apparently a lot of other places didn't get good school trips, but Jordan, as a country, has so many tourist locations. It has Petra, it has Dead Sea, it has Red Sea, it has so many. It has Wadi Rum, which is the pink desert. It has so many like in the middle of the desert, you would have two giant rocky mountains and then a river going through rocks, so it's very scenic hiking. There's at least 8 spots like this. We also have Roman ruins, we have Phoenician ruins, we have Greek ruins, we have all sorts of shit, and we also have the you know, if you're into that kind of stuff, we have the where River Jordan is, the baptism place of Christ. We have a bunch of shit in Jordan. There's so much stuff. So as kids, we would always, like, every time we'd have a school trip, like a yearly school trip, they would take us on a bus to one of these, like, hiking crags, and then we would, like, wear full, like, army, or, like, camo, because it was, like, easy to wash, you know? And then they'd be like, get hiking boots. I still have my high school hiking boots. I took them with me to the UK, and apparently they work here, too. And then, you know, that was my trips. And, like, I've been to Petra, which is the wonder of the world, like, 8 times? I've seen everything. I've seen Petra at different stages of excavation at this point. It's like people who live in Egypt and seeing pyramids. I'm like, I've seen that shit so much, I'm not even impressed. And everybody I know was like, oh man, I really want to go to Jordan and see Petra. I'm like, I'm not gonna come with you. I've seen it way too many times. The Dead Sea, though, it's my yearly ritual. I go there every year because on the 2nd of January, it is like 30 degrees at the Dead Sea, while it's like 2 degrees in the capital city.
Oh,
because
that sounds so nice.
There is a salt dome, because the salt evaporating from the Dead Sea, it's basically, it's not a sea, it's a lake. It used to be a sea where the River Jordan was going into it, but due to little spats with Israel, the River Jordan was kind of rerouted many times, and to this point, Dead Sea is basically now a lake. And it's
Israel!
Hey, man, listen, I stay out of this thing because I'm living way too close to it, but due to the shenanigans with the Jordan River, the Dead Sea became a lake, and so every year it's becoming shallower and shallower, and the salt concentration is higher and higher, to the point where, at this point, I've been to almost every year for the last 20 years, and when you sit down into that sea, my boobs don't go in. They just can't. The water, the buoyancy is ridiculous, and it feels like you're swimming in oil slick. But it's very good for the skin. It's very good for the skin.
I'd love.
It's amazing.
I'd say I'd love to go to the Red Sea. I probably couldn't even get into Jordan because there are certain.
Yeah, no, actually, surprisingly, Jordan is kind of a like. I mean, it used to be more or less out of all of the Arab countries I've been to, it's kind of like least. Like, all they care about is, do you have money? Are you here for tourism? Okay. As long as you're not, like, I guess the way to explain it is, as long as you're not traveling while carrying the pride flag, they're not gonna, like, they're more, it's similar to how a lot of places are, like, if you're outwardly, I don't know how to say it more delicately in a way. Like, if you're just, all I'm gonna say is, if you're traveling and minding your own business, they're gonna mind their own business in a way. So it's less of a if you're making a statement, that's when they might start to have problems with you. But if you're just you're just going from point A to point B, you're saying you have a thing to do, you're going that way.
If you just exist, they're not gonna make an issue out of it.
No, and I mean, there's a dress code. I mean, as a girl, there's a dress code for me as well. Like I can't obviously don't wear a swimsuit on a plane. Kind of thing, or don't wear a bikini on a plane. That's a pretty normal thing. But I've seen women in like leggings. You don't have to wear a hijab. Seen people with makeup, without makeup, long hair, short hair. Nobody gives a shit. As long as you don't attract too much attention to yourself, that's fine. And especially, I think they have different rules to people who live in Jordan, and people who are going into Jordan proper, and people who are going to a hotel. So there's 2 airports. There's an airport in Aqaba and an airport in Amman. If you're going to Aqaba, they have different rules because that is a lot of people going to see the Red Sea. And so they understand that Western tourists are different to the locals. And so they apply different rules to you. And obviously, while it's a dry country in a way, all the hotels have alcohol. All of them. And of course, you can buy alcohol in Amman. You just need to know where to buy it. So I'm like, comparatively to other Arab countries, it's pretty relaxed because it's our only source of income is tourism. We have nothing.
Fair enough.
We literally, Jordan is like a few living cities and a desert. There's nothing going on. Maybe some olive oil. Maybe olive oil export. That's it. But even then, we got fuck all. So if we start ostracizing tourists, we're gonna be poor.
The country will go nose down.
No, and even then, like, did you know, like, the majority of Middle Eastern issues, most refugees, they say, oh no, they go to Europe. That is like the 25% that didn't settle in Jordan. The majority goes to Jordan. So we already have a refugee problem and no economy. So it's like, yeah, okay, you know what? We're gonna remove almost all the restrictions for tourists simply because we need to survive. And also, again, we have a very annoying neighbors who keep fighting each other on many different borders, and so flights into Jordan are becoming a problem. Jordan is safe in general, but the problem is we're surrounded by assholes, so it's really difficult.
Yeah,
it's really difficult.
Let's not open that can of worms.
Yeah, so the beauty is I always go to Jordan and everybody's like, oh no, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, it was fine. The only scare was when I think it was like Jordan shot down an Iran drone because it was in Jordanian airspace. Like, we have planes going. It's illegal to send rockets into other countries' airspace because the only way to get to Israel was through Jordan. So Jordan was like, yeah, no, you can't, you're not allowed to do that. And then how they say is Iran took it personally and Jordan shat themselves for a second. They were like, bro, we're not planning to get into the middle of this, but we have commercial planes going through here. You can't shoot rockets. It's our airspace. But that, that was a bit of a scare. But over the last 20 years, I've been living and flying into and out of Jordan with all the shit that's been happening. It's been fine. Like, honestly.
That's good.
So if you ever want to go, I think research, like, where you want to go, and I'd say maybe there are things like you can book flights and a resort together with a tourist group. That is a lot better because then you have a guide who kind of takes you through, and then there definitely will be no problems. Because if you're in a group of, like, I'd say 20 people coming from the Netherlands, they're all going to this hotel in the Dead Sea or Red Sea. They're gonna spend 5 days or a week in this hotel, and then they're gonna go to the airport to fly back. Usually the travel agencies have a travel agent that goes with you, takes you to the hotel, makes sure you're in the hotel, and then picks you up from the hotel and takes you to the airport. When you do it through, when you do it through this way, I'm guarantee almost 100% you will have no problems. Because to those tour guides, the Jordanian government gives a lot of leeway because they have a contract. So they will not individually, like, pick on people in that group. Yeah. And be like, yeah, all 19 of you can go, but this one person can't. Like, this one person we have problems with. I mean, unless you become a problem and start shit, they will not start shit with you because they will only deal with your travel agent. So I would say doing that, definitely don't worry. And I would say if you can do that, that's actually safer because getting around Jordan, you need to drive. It's kind of like America. Everything is a bit too far apart. So it's better to actually have a tour guide that has a bus, ordered for you. But I've seen a lot of people even do that in Saudi, but, like, doing it in Saudi is a bit of a spicy choice.
I wouldn't want to be found dead in Saudi.
Man,
to be real.
My friend from Ukraine just went to Saudi with her husband just for fun, and I'm like, girl, why would you? My dad worked there for 6 years. I hate that country, but okay, if you want to go for fun, you go for fun. It does have some pretty places, but it ain't worth the hassle. They're too far apart. It's very deserty. I'm not into that. But anyway, all I'm saying is if you ever want to go to Jordan, just make sure to get a, like, I'm sure they do travel agents like, oh, let's go on a tour to see Petra and the Red Sea. As a person who goes there regularly and has parents who live there, as a tourist, you'll be fine. Oh. It's not cheap, though. Sorry? That's one thing. It's not cheap. It's kind of pricey.
Yeah, like, I don't know, maybe like once I'm like older or something. We'll see.
Oh no, sure. I'm just saying the Dead Sea might disappear in like 10 years.
It's true.
So, but that's the only thing. Like, Petra will be there, Red Sea will be there. So as long as you don't go to see the Dead Sea, you should be fine. And it is worth seeing. I mean, as a jaded person myself, Petra is like meh. But to people who've never seen it before, it is a wonder of the world for a reason. But do get used to a lot of donkey shit.
Noted.
Hello, affordable water.
Yeah, I haven't heard of Petra, but like it looks really impressive.
Yeah. So the problem with Petra is there's a lot. It's like hiking in a mountainous area. It's beautiful, but the problem is a lot of locals use donkeys to like take, especially American tourists, up the steep stairs to like the higher places, and there's a lot of donkey shit. So as long as you just like wave that away and be like, you know what?
Yeah.
Just imagine if I'm in an animal farm with beautiful views. As long as you do that, you'll be fine. And don't wear white. That's how you know people are tourists, is if they wear white. Not because, like, usually white in the desert is fine, but this particular desert is pink. So all the sand will leave a pink residue on all the clothes you have. So that's how you know they're tourists, is because they're going to Petra, not wearing hiking shoes, and wearing white. And so you're like, tourists, huh? And then you see people wearing, like, dark clothing, definitely hat, and hiking boots, and you're like, locals. They know their shit. But yeah. It is worth seeing at least once in your lifetime.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. Yeah. Oh?
No, it's my the dishwasher. Right, as I'm streaming. Because I don't have a room to stream. I'm in the living room. So ignore the background noise. It's fine.
It's all fine. Yeah.
So have you been to some, like, if you've tourist travel, like, what are the place that gave you the most, like, what was your favorite vacation? Which gave you the biggest impression? Either culturally or relaxing wise?
I think I had the like when I was a kid, I had a lot of fun in Crete, like in the Greek islands. Because, like, you know, there's a lot to see. We went to Greek ruins, and I am quite interested in mythologies. I mean, I'm a witch, and I do deity work, so I work with a lot of deities from different mythologies. And
I love the casual, I'm a witch. Moving on.
I mean, we can touch on it later, but you know, like I do witchy stuff. I think it's really nice to just like like the runes were really cool and interesting, even though it was really hot. I think I had when I was since I've been an adult, I think I've had the most fun in Gran Canaria, because I mean, it's just like nice resort, relaxing 2 weeks. It was literally just me. I had no one else to worry about.
Hey,
I had vacation friends, but you know, it was just like we're going out at night, or we're just chatting at the hotel, at the pool, or whatever. And it was so fun. Well, on my birthday, I was again around my birthday that I went, around like the day after my birthday. We were gonna go on my birthday, but someone was sick, and then they didn't come along anyway, and we were like, fuck it, we're just gonna do it. We went to a water park.
Yeah.
In Maspalomas, and it was really cool. Was me and 2 vacation friends. They took me to the water park there because I wanted to go. It was so fun. We went to the lazy river, and then after that we went on like we're standing in line for a slide, and I was like, wow, these lines are long, and I was like, should we just get a fast pass? This sucks. I don't want to wait half an hour in line for one mediocre slide. And they were
True,
like, you know
yeah.
what? Kind of true. So we were going to check out what the prices were. It was like 25 euros per person. I was like, you know what? Yeah, that's worth it. And we managed to like go through the entire park, and I was like, you see, it was worth it, because otherwise we would have like not even have had half the park.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I think my favorite vacation of all time so far has been, as I said before, I can't pick the best one. There's top three. It's always top three. I mean, unfortunately, due to my work, because I'm a career scientist, I'm busy all year. And the only time I get to go anywhere is if there's a conference somewhere. And so I usually go there and then I take another week off because I already spent 3 months doing the visa for the conference, so I might as well. You know, it took so much time and
Yeah.
effort and money to make that fucking visa. I'm not gonna go for 3 days. I'm gonna stay for a week, or like I'm gonna stay for 2 weeks. Yeah, so not counting all of the workcations, as I call them, because it was a lot of fun when we went to France to like a small town called Nancy, which is literally like Paris is horrible. A small town in France is the true French experience, and it's wonderful. And
yeah.
the same thing with like when I went to Switzerland. We went to Geneva. It was beautiful. It was great. Not including those vacations, like the vacations that I took for the sake of a vacation. My favorite one was when I went to Portugal for 2 weeks. And the first week was the meetup with my World of Warcraft guild. So we all agreed to meet up in this Airbnb, which had a pool, like 8 bedrooms, and there was like 15 people. So we had to bunk with random people that I've only heard of in Discord. I've never met them in person. And we met for the first time in Portugal in person. And that first week we spent in that Airbnb with the pool, complete drunk, just 24/7. Just I think we drank since we woke up till time we went to sleep, and I carried on drinking. I think the problem was we never were hungover because we were just always drunk. It was great, and it was all adults.
Hell yeah.
It was all like, I was one of the youngest people there, and I was like 28 at the time. So it was like everybody was like very adults. Which is fantastic. And then the second week, I took another week off just for myself to stay in the city of Porto, which is very famous for its port, which is my favorite drink. And I wanted to learn more about it, so I went to a lot of the vineyards. I went to a lot of like the breweries, the museums, and everything. And it's a beautiful city to be in over summer as well. And also it was my birthday on that time, so I had a friend who lives in Portugal who came over to Porto for my birthday to go to a restaurant, and then it was just a great vacation because I listened to so many audiobooks, because this is what happens when you travel alone. A lot of the places you have to walk to because you're like, I don't know the bus schedule here, and also I'm not in a rush. I'm just gonna walk around the city. But then like between places it's 40-minute walk, so you're like, what do I do, listen to music or an audiobook? I feel like an audiobook is better. And so I went through like 6 audiobooks during those 2 weeks of Portugal, so it was great. Of course, there is the Italian vacation with Metallica. That's always a banger.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's always amazing. But I had it at 18. It's been so long ago. It's been almost 15 years ago, man. But it's still like one of the top ones. And I think my third favorite one was when me and my mom went to Bulgaria. Wait. But we didn't go to a beach in Bulgaria like a lot of people do. We went to Sofia to meet up with friends who are local, who took us on a road trip. A week-long road trip where we stayed at hotels in the mountains, in the forest, in the fields, and then in the beach. So we took it from... We went from Sofia to the... Well, not sunny beach, because that's where all the tourists go, to the locals' beach, which was much quieter, cleaner, and better, and cheaper.
Hell yeah.
But we were taken on a road trip through the forests, the mountains, the local... Because Bulgaria has, like, this ancient history of, like, the local nomadic tribes with these, like, burial mounds, similar to how the US had the Native American burial mounds and, like, East Asian burial mounds. Russia has those as well. And I'm like, this is fantastic. We went to all the cool local museums, and we were taken by people who were local, who knew what they were doing, who spoke the language, who, like, could organize all the hotels. It was an amazing trip. It was like,
imagine.
I was the youngest because it was 4 of us. Me, my mom, and then 2 of the friends, and mostly in a car. But again, to me, it was such a like an unusual trip. A trip like you wouldn't be able to do anywhere else if you didn't have, you know, the local friends who are willing to drive you for a week to different places, you know. Of course, we split everything equally, but like they did the driving. But that trip was amazing. I've learned so much about Bulgaria and like how it's similar. I guess it's similar to Montenegro in a way that it's got mountains, it's got the sea, it's got the fields, it's got the grass, it's got the one thing it doesn't have is the desert. But apart from that, it has almost every other type of terrain you could like. And there was one hotel which was deep in the forest, and there was nobody else in that hotel. It was just us, and there was 2 owners, and they were 2 old ladies, and I'm 100% sure they were witches. And but not the good kind of witches, but the kind of witches that hex your husband. And so we went there. We had one man among all of us, and these ladies cooked dinner for him, and they were really nice to him. And so the rest of us were kind of worried that he might get bewitched for a minute, and we're like, oh, we're never leaving this fucking forest. There's these 2 old ladies, nobody else in this hotel, and they cooked dinner specifically for him. Oh boy. But we got out of it fine. We're all alive. We're all good. But it was scary for a minute there.
Understandable.
But the trip was great. I can highly recommend. I mean, I know people shit on, Romania and Bulgaria a lot. I don't know why, but it's a great place.
Okay, so I didn't really appreciate this as much because I was a teenager. I went to Prague on a school trip, and we went into the nature to like go to the mountainous areas and such, and we went on a hike there. I wasn't feeling it that day because it was like early or something, and I was tired and like I just wanted to chill and go into the city. But honestly, from the pictures that I have, it was such they were some sick sights.
And you're like, I wish I enjoyed it more. God damn it. God damn it, teenage me.
I wish it, like, I mean, you know, I understand that I didn't appreciate it as much, but like looking back at it, I can appreciate it. One thing I did appreciate though was we went on an expedition, we went on a trip there to a place like a church or like a cathedral that was decorated to the brim with bones.
Love that shit. A necropolis. Gotta love that shit. One thing good about Paris is the fucking necropolis. That is the one reason to go to Paris, and Notre Dame de Paris when it's not burning. The 2 things to go to see in Paris. So I find Paris is like the one city, like if you like art and fashion, you could technically enjoy a lot of things in Paris. But if you don't give a shit about art or fashion, or like by art I mean modern art, not classical art.
Yeah.
I don't like modern art. Classical art and Renaissance art is my shit. The moment you start getting to the Impressionists, I'm like, okay, maybe, but anything further than Impressionists, like Cubism, Neoclassicism, fuck that shit. If I'm looking at a painting and I can't tell what is a person, what's a chair, that's not a painting. I don't understand it. I'm not into it. That's just me. So I find France is more better for like the cool new shit in fashion and art.
Yeah.
Or the necropolis, because Paris does have the biggest necropolis in the world. Or the Notre Dame de Paris, if it's not burning. I think.
Hold on, I'm sending some pictures of the place that I went to. The reason they decorated everything with bones is because they had during like a war or something, there were so many deaths that eventually, like, you know, of the it was like a ways to get like mass graves, so they started decorating the place with their bones.
Man, listen, hey, I respect that. That is dope as shit. Okay, those pictures are great.
It is.
And by the way, you know how this immediately went from like interacting with chat into us just sending each other cool pictures? This is normal.
Yeah.
This happens every time. The cool pictures vary from people recommending manga to people recommending books to people recommending movies to now recommending locations to go and see. Everything, it's all fine. It's all part of the plan. The viewers don't get to see it. Only I get to see it. But if you ever come to the UK, actually, is there anything you'd like to see in the UK? Because I've been quite a lot of places, and I can recommend as a person who doesn't live here.
I have no idea, because I went to London on a school trip as well before, and I saw most of the London's generic stuff. You know, I went into London, I saw Big Ben, I saw that one cathedral that, like, you always are mandatory to go to on a school trip.
St. Paul's.
Or maybe that's just because I was in a Christian school.
Yeah. But one thing I'm gonna say is I've been to Moscow. I've been to London. I've not been to any other capital city of any other country. What I'm gonna say is, capital cities have this thing where they have the main tourist attraction, and London especially, because it's such an old city, it has a lot of that. And also the fact that London has always been built in a way like they leave the old and they just build the new around the old. You would just have a random 14th century church surrounded by skyscrapers and business mogul things, because they were like, we don't want to level this church, it's history, but also we gotta build shit, so they just build around it, and it's a bit crazy. And in London you also find like the entire bank with all of the beautiful cathedrals. None of it is older than 1666, which was the Great Fire of London, where most of the shit burnt down. Now if you want to see some older stuff, all of it is south of the river. And as a person who lived in London for so long, every time I have friends from like Iceland or other places coming over, I'm like, right, I'm going to take you on a tour. The best way to see London isn't actually to go into the tourist attractions. It's to go along the Thames on the walkway. First of all, it's free. Hence, it's cheap. Second, you get to see all of the landmarks. And if you have somebody who knows what they are, they can tell you about them. And there's always, every time on the riverbank, there's always this little table of like what you can see on the other side of the river and what it is. And later you can go in if you like. But it shows you where it is, what it is, and whether you're interested in it. There are so many restaurants, pubs. London is made for people who drink. And the pubs are fantastic. So the whole point of a trip is you go on this riverbank walk, and you stop at every other pub to get a pint. You slowly get inebriated as you go. And it's basically a pub crawl, but including tourist information, right? So that's London, but that's specific to capitals. Outside of London, other cities are built more around their tourism, but there's less people. So, you know, there's less queues, there's less issues, you know, but there's also less things to see. My favorite city in the UK is actually not London. It's Edinburgh. I fucking love Scotland.
Yeah.
I've not been any further than Edinburgh because it's too far. Edinburgh's already a 5-hour train ride away. But I've been there twice, and I'm in love with the frickin' city. Like, Scotland, I understand why over history the entire English royalty tried to invade Scotland for so many years. There's nothing there. It's just stones, freaking crazy locals who drink too much and are aggressive, and you can't grow anything. But there's some sort of magic in the land. I don't know what it is. It makes you want to come back. It has a personality. It's like the land itself talks to you. So like I don't know. It's beautiful. I'd say if you're a witch, if you're sensitive to the energy of a location, you need to go to Scotland at least once. Because I'm telling you, there's something about that land. I'm Russian myself, okay? We are very superstitious people. We have been Christianized very late, around the 14th century. Before the 14th century, we were pagans. So we still have a lot of pagan beliefs. And also, since we had a bit of a stint with communism, the religion isn't really a big, Christian religion or Muslim religion isn't really a big political thing. We have it, but it's just there if you want it. So if you're a person who still worships pagan gods, the government doesn't give a fuck. Like, it's a secular government. Yeah. So that's how I was raised. Like, my mom is Christian, Orthodox. My dad is kind of Muslim. Kind of. Not really. I myself was Muslim for a bit, then Christian for a bit, then I've changed my mind multiple times. It's fine. You're finding yourself. Like, I like the idea where they say religion and belief is... it's your personal thing. It should never have to interfere with government. It is... Every person has their own journey, and it's okay to change things, to change your mindset, to change your worldview. That's how things are. And you shouldn't be persecuted for it. You shouldn't be attacked for it. The whole point of it is faith, right? Anyway, that TED Talk over. But the fact was that we are very superstitious people. Even though you would find Christians who believe in God. You're like, right, black cat crosses your road, you do not step over that shit. It's like, why? You don't do it. Just don't do it. There's historic evidence that you will be cursed. Like, if you ever pissed off a witch, you apologize. You bring gifts because she will curse you. And of course, a witch would be a very wise woman. A woman with magical powers. It has to happen, right? You do have male witches, but they're not as common. It's a woman, right? And doesn't have to be a biological woman. There's a female energy about this person. There you go. They're a witch. don't never step on the witch's toes. Also, a witch a witch can do crazy magic to random people. But if it's another witch, oh, there's rules against that. You can't stop. Like, this is all common knowledge with just random normal people around where I live. You don't do this kind of stuff. In the UK, of course, I think officially it's Protestant, but most of the people I think are atheists. A very few actually go to church. Scotland, as a land, just feels different. It's got a different vibe. So I would highly recommend going to Edinburgh, because it has, like, castles, and it does have that one old street that's been there since the 12th century. But if you truly wish to feel the Celtic energy, you have to go to Ireland. I've never been, but I hear it's fantastic. But it's...
Ireland, but also Wales has very, pagan and Celtic roots as well.
I feel like not anymore. Wales kind of... I've done a trip of Wales with my cousin, who lives there, and she took me around all the castles and all the fields. You need to be able to drive to be able to see most of Wales. And unfortunately, all the roads are country roads, so you need to know somebody who drives with, the steering wheel on the right to know... to be able to do this, because unfortunately Wales is too spread apart. But it is a beautiful country. It's best to see it in spring.
Yeah.
Because there's, when they say there's a lot of sheep in Wales, they're not lying. There's sheep frickin' everywhere. All I saw during my 2-week trip in Wales was just grass and sheep. Sheep and grass. Sheep and grass. And more sheep and more grass. Just, that's all. And castles. A lot of castles. A lot of broken forts. The Stonehenge is actually in England. It's not in Scotland. If you wish to see true, I'd say, local druidic traditions, you need to go to Cornwall, which is in England, but it is like a tiny little sea bit of, like, very far southwest of England. And even all the locals call the Cornish, like, they're all inbred weirdos. But ignore that. The entire place is just rife with paganism, I feel like. Like, Christianity did get there, but it didn't stick. The Roman Empire got there, didn't stick. Like, everything ever went there, and they're just like, it's too many bogs and beaches and crazy shit. Yo, listen, Anisu, I'm explaining good places to come see in the UK. There's good tourist locations.
It's not propaganda. We're just like discussing what places are good for, like, paganism and such, basically.
Now, if you want to see Renaissance and, like, more modern kind of stuff, but not like neo-modern, I'd say Bath is a beautiful city, because it's all built in, I believe, the 19th century during King George or Edward, like last King George and King Edward that came after. So, like, Napoleonic era, I'd say. Jane Eyre, all of the, the Pride and Prejudice, that kind of vibe. Emily Bronte, the classicism, as we call it. The city of Bath was completely built during that time, so everything is the same style of architecture, but it's repurposed now to, like, modern offices and buildings and stuff. But it's very, it's just nice to you feel like you've traveled back in time. It's quite nice. Edinburgh has that. It has, like, an entire district that's been rebuilt, but it also has that old medieval cobblestone proper old street.
That's cool, though.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is London, unlike these places, it has been modernized significantly. They did keep, like, the Tower of London, Big Ben, whatever, but there's very few, like, true cobblestone streets or truly old pubs. Everything has been rebuilt. But the other cities outside of the UK, like Cambridge or Oxford, you'll find the entire half of the city is still, like, stuck in the 14th century. It does have electricity, but it's, been barely civilized. So I'd say you can't judge the rest of England just by London. Just like you can't judge Russia by Moscow. Moscow has it has the same vibe as New York, because I think Moscow has been fully rebuilt by Stalin to be built in the vibe of the 1920s, fancy skyscrapers, where they actually built, like, Art Nouveau, beautiful buildings out of stone that lasted. And also, Stalin built the whole underground, like, he rebuilt the Moscow completely. While St. Petersburg is stuck in the 18th century. If you like Rococo, Renaissance, not Renaissance, but Rococo, if you like 18th century, if you like fancy wigs and fancy costumes and beautiful balls and decadence, St. Petersburg is your bench, right? My favorite city. But Moscow has been like rebuilt completely because the capital kept moving. And it's like I'd say it's a monument to the Soviet era, to the good things of the Soviet era. So, you know, but what I'm saying is, like, you can't judge the entire country by its capital. There's so many places in the country that are very different to the capital and give a very different vibe. But I think both are...
If you judge the Netherlands by Amsterdam, no.
I've been to Amsterdam for 3 days because it was a university trip, and we went to a hostel, and we spent 15 hours on a bus. We spent longer on a bus than actually in Amsterdam. But
Don't worry, you didn't miss much.
I did go to the Penis Museum, and I did go to my favorite museum was the Body Museum. It's the one where I think they had, like, the actual human bodies donated to the museum, so it's not, like, plastic or anything. I've enjoyed that as a biologist. I really enjoy that museum. A lot of my friends went to Amsterdam for one reason and one reason only: the red light district and the weed. The weed. I went and I'm like, yeah, I'll go to the red light district. I'll have some weed. However, there's a few museums in here I'd like to check out in the 1.5 days that I'm here, because I'm a nerd.
The best thing you can do in Amsterdam is leave and go to another city. Genuinely, I don't like Amsterdam one bit.
Well, it's because you live. Is it because you lived there for a while or no?
Well, I don't live in Amsterdam, but you know, I live in the Netherlands, and I've been to Amsterdam before, and it's really not that special. Like it reeks of like throughout like the city center of Amsterdam, you can smell the weed everywhere.
Oh yeah.
And just go to Utrecht or something, or Rotterdam. Like Rotterdam is very modern. If you want to get some more older buildings, go to like Utrecht or something. Like there's plenty of other cities to visit than Amsterdam.
Yeah, I'm thinking, because before, for me, getting a visa to go to any Schengen country used to be a 3-month affair, $100 and a lot of documents, which was annoying. Nowadays, in a few months, hopefully, that will no longer be an issue. So I might actually travel around Europe quite a bit. Because unfortunately, whenever you get a Schengen visa, I know people who live in European Union never know this most of the time, but you have to, like, if you're doing a multi-country tour in the Schengen, you have to apply to the country where you're landing or like you're driving into to get the visa of that country, and then you have to specify every other country you go to for how long, where you're staying, and you can't change your plans as you go because they will check, and also when you're leaving. Like, it's honestly, it's such a hassle that I'm like, if I'm going to a European country, I will only go to one country. I will stay in that country and probably in the same city, in the same hotel I specified to the government when I got the visa, so I don't get any problems along the way. But now, you know, soon, hopefully, that will no longer be an issue, so I will travel along Europe a lot more. So, did you say what was the name? It starts with a U? I'll write down the name of the place.
I don't know what, listen, the rest of the Netherlands smells so much nicer than weed or whatever Lisbon might smell like. I don't know. I've never been to Lisbon.
Yeah. Ooh, Utrecht looks nice. Listen, I love cities with canals. I love canals. Rivers, canals. St. Petersburg is built on canals and rivers. My favorite city in the world. So anything that's got old buildings and canals, I'm your girl.
Yeah, I mean, the Netherlands has plenty of old buildings. Like, Rotterdam doesn't have as many. But that's just because, you know, half of it got blown to smithereens. Ow. Ow. Stop bonking me. Ow.
Oh, you also have a bonk redeem?
Ow. Yeah. But my chat likes to abuse it. Ow.
I feel you.
Ow.
Ooh. Yeah, Rotterdam...
Is it done? Are you done now?
Yeah. Rotterdam seems a lot more modern.
Yeah, half of it got blown to smithereens in World War II. Ow. Lisbon doesn't really have proper waste system in many parts and smells like pee in many streets at night.
Yeah, I've wanted to visit Lisbon because I've been to Porto, but never Lisbon. Porto has that, like, it has a really weird, like, as a person who lived in an ex-Soviet state, there is a certain vibe to the communist buildings that are decrepit and dilapidated, and there's entire streets of it, and it's completely quiet, and you're like, I'm gonna get murdered here. That kind of vibe. I felt in Porto a lot, except for the anything around the river, because that was all like really older buildings, and it's probably been very well maintained for the tourists. But anything
Mhm.
outside of that main river bit is just dilapidated. It's what I found. So I don't know about Lisbon, but I've always wanted to go to Lisbon.
Mhm.
Ah.
Is it? Huh?
Yeah,
I went
you have that
to.
one area that's like the government put money in to like restructure for the tourism, but then you have the entire rest of the city that's like, you really don't give a shit about this because people live here, right? Okay.
Oh my god, that reminds me. When I was in Prague, we
Yeah.
went on a trip to the Skoda factory. Um, and we were at touring, and she was like the tour guide was talking and yapping about like the factory itself, and I believe at the end of the trip she was like, "So who would like to work in the Skoda factory in the future?" Literally, no one raised their hands. Like,
No! Girl, listen, if I wanted a dystopian future, I read George Orwell. Why would I fucking bother, man?
do you really like? I'm surprised. I'm like, what did she think? That like, oh yeah, I would like to move to Prague from,
Hey, I
and
would like
I
to move
work
to
in a
Prague
car factory.
for their beer. That's why I would like to move to Prague for. Because
Fair enough.
my partner, every time he's been to Prague for any work thing, he's always raved about the fact that the breweries were amazing. He's a big beer fan, being British. So he's like, Prague is amazing. I would go anytime, anywhere. And he's always like, oh yeah, boys trip to Prague. Let's go. Let's get drunk. Let's go to all the breweries. He only has good things to say about that place. But I feel like as a kid, yeah, it's different. When you can't drink, a lot of places stop being fun.
I fun like I expected.
You gonna raid?
Slide, thank you so much for the raid. How was the stream? What did you do? Did you have fun? I hope you're doing well. If there's a mod, can we get a shout out for Slime? We're doing a collab with Sylfania here. We're talking and yapping and having fun.
Yes.
My name is Petho. I'm the goddess of love, pleasure, beauty, and joy, and I'm a variety streamer. I do gaming, tarot, and other stuff, whatever you can think of.
I'm a bilingual elven ranger variety VTuber. I do mostly gacha MMOs, I guess, and some RPGs. Basically, if it's got turn-based, if it's got mages, wizards, rangers, warriors in it, I probably have played it or will plan to play it. There you go. Plugged each other.
Yeah.
This is being a VTuber, being able to plug yourself in like a minute. But yeah, if you're curious about what this Ranger Roundtable has been about, most of it has been about a little bit about anime, but the majority has been about travel destinations, which I love because it's a new topic. I've not really yapped about it with anybody else before.
Hello.
So
beautiful.
I really like because every guest I bring on, so far, thankfully, there hasn't been a, like, the beginning's always the same, but there hasn't been a repeat of, like, the main topic that dominates the conversation. So I really enjoy, like, somebody who's well-traveled here, who I can also chat to. I'm sure my previous guests might have had the same thing, but that just means they'll have to return and we'll have to talk about it then.
Yeah.
Same thing with you, by the way.
We had a lot of fun. Oh.
Are you free for the Christmas thing for the 13th of December that we're doing? Or were you busy?
Probably.
I
13 Saturday.
Yeah, it's a Saturday. It's the same time Saturday that I usually do for, but we're not doing Daggerheart. We're doing Red Dragon Inn.
I'd have to check the schedule, but I might be able to.
Yeah,
make
I might. I know I posted it. I posted it on
Saturdays
my
too.
server, but I might need to like reach out to people individually and be like, "Yo, are you free?" But it's more like whoever shows up is who we're gonna play with. It's not gonna be like if one person doesn't make it, it's not canceled. It's a board game. But I feel like it's a really fun game to play with a big group of people as well, and you get to practice voice acting and character acting as well. So sorry to just suddenly remember this, is because every person I've talked to lately, I'm like, do you remember me messaging you about this, or am I crazy? Like, are you aware, or is this a complete surprise to you?
Wait, the you mean the Red Dragon Inn thing?
Yeah.
No, I knew.
Okay, good. Because I always find, like, oh, I remember I dropped it on Gavin last time I talked to him about it, and he was like, oh, I didn't see your post, and I went, okay, well, I'm telling you now. Are you free?
Yeah, no, I made a suggestion as well. Like, we could
Yeah,
play Truth or Dare and such with our characters.
I think that'd be a good idea, because we can definitely roleplay. I will decide on the day. Listen, planning... Best things come when you don't plan. Is what I think. my ads are about to start in a bit, and I know your ads are happening. Привет, я не Zuka, как твои дела?
Yeah,
Got a
no, my
Russian
ads
viewer
are still
coming.
1 minute.
Yeah, I need to go to quickly for a break, and I will be back in a minute or two. So
No worries.
Um,
I'll entertain chat.
yeah, my Russian viewer wants to steal you because you're so cute.
Ah, thank you. I appreciate it.
They're an extreme flirt. So
Ah.
there we go. All right, I'll be back in a few.
Yeah, sounds good. But yeah, hi chat. Welcome in, and thank you again, Rhea Slime. Has been mine is either memes or porn. I can get away from the drama. I never get drama or anything. Hell yeah. Welcome back.
I tried to get my dog to come back in with me, but he didn't want to, so I was like, all right, off you go. Yeah. So hope you had. I see you had a wonderful time. Somebody wants to sit somebody on their face. A god to sit on
Yeah,
their
we're
face.
talking about women. We were talking about women releasing on like different platforms or games.
Yes. Oh, just to say, so I realized I'm bisexual when I was 24 because the country where I lived in, Russia, if you see a beautiful woman and you like her, it's more like you want to be her, right? You want to be friends with her.
Yeah.
As a kid, to me, that was it. Like when I saw Mulan, she was my girl crush. When I saw Xena the Warrior Princess, I was like, wow, she's cool. I want to be her. And then at 24, I was like, oh no, I want to be in her. Ah, I see. I see what this is.
I want to scissor her.
This is what this is. Okay. But also, I like men. So I'm like, oh, hey, I'm fully bi. Which is great. But now I've accepted it. But before, it was very confusing childhood. So I actually have a bunch of childhood, like, women that, like, gave me bi panic. One of them is definitely Lucy Lawless as Xena the Warrior Princess. I think she's given bi panic to a lot of girls. She was an interesting character. A very great show. I rewatch it all the time. It's like my Bible. Of course, Mulan, the only cool Disney princess. Nobody else compares.
Mulan is pretty cool, yeah.
Yeah, no, and like I was into Mulan and both Captain Chung. You know the "Be a Man" that song. Like I was like, okay, I'm into everybody in the show. I love everybody here. Everybody is too cool for school. Then Tomb Raider. Lara Croft, childhood crush, still is relevant, still is cool. I know she's been overly sexualized, however, still badass.
Fucking awesome, says Mulan. So disappointing. Think about the dude that falls in love with this beautiful femboy and the twink, and in the end, it's a woman.
No, I was like, man, oh god. Listen, don't get me started about the beautiful femboy twink thing. The reason you don't see a lot of Chinese content with that is because of fucking CCP censorship. However, Chinese BL wins because they figured out a way to film good shit around with Chinese actors, but around the censorship issue. Trust me, that when you look at the history of China, they honestly, until the Communist Party came into power, they were like, gender? What's that? You got money? You can fuck. Who cares? Like, hey, you gay, you straight, you cross-dress, whatever. You into it. Like, you do you, bro. And I feel like because Christianity wasn't really such a big, like, again, Christianity, Islam, or Hebrewism, whatever singular deity religion hasn't been shaming people for no reason. For a while in China, right up until the Communist Party came in, they have a larger, more relaxed history of a lot of, like, LGBTQ-related actual historical figures that they nowadays, with the budget and everything, want to make movies and books about. However, the current secular government is preventing it, and I'm like, this is the weirdest conundrum I've ever seen. Because, like, I get
Understandable.
it. Yeah, like, you have some... The third king of England, actually the first actual king of a country named England, was very gay, but very religiously repressed. So he hated the fact that he was gay. And he conquered the entire kingdom while being gay raging, basically. However, he created England, and we have to thank him for that. But it's a historical fact that, you know, nowadays people can film films about in movies. And I don't know, it's such a dichotomy to me. Like, the ancients just had it better, man. The ancients just had it better.
Yeah.
They just didn't have the money for the movies. If they did, we'd get so much Caligula. I mean, Caligula was crazy, but still. Oh man. But yeah, the animated series for Mulan, though, I actually enjoyed Mulan too. That was an actually interesting film. I usually hate sequels, but that one was okay. The songs were kind of neat, but yeah.
I liked Princess and the Frog as well a lot.
I feel like it finally showed, like, yeah, I'm a working... Like, I loved how it was like, she's not a princess, she's a working woman. And by the end of the movie, she's not a princess, she's a working woman with a business. And I'm like, hey, this is good. This is good role models for girls.
Hell yeah.
But I mean, Mulan was also the same. She was just a girl and like in a family, and then a war happened. She saved China, and she was like, "I'm not gonna marry a prince or anything. I'm just gonna go back home." And then the general from with whom she was with, he's like, "Yo, sup? I came back from war. You hot? Like, I was into you when you was a boy, and I'm into you when you was a woman. I guess I'm just into you. Can we like hook up?" And she's like, "Yeah, boy. Okay." Come to my house, talk to my dad. My mother will be crazy about you. So let's go. And I feel like the second film as well, because they're established couple now and they have to deal with the other stuff happening. But you know, back in the day, before Disney started doing all of the remakes, they did actually pretty decent sequels to films. Not Lion King. That does not count. That is just crazy. That whole franchise is insane.
I didn't even know there was a Lion King too.
Oh God. You're not missing out. And I've been told I've only seen Snow White 2, but it actually has better plot than the first Snow White. It has a deeper story, apparently.
You missed nothing with Lion King 2?
No, yeah, you missed nothing. I've watched it as a kid. It's not worth the movie. But Mulan 2 and I think Cinderella 2 are actually good films. Surprisingly, I did not expect them to be that good. I walked in expecting trash, and I was like, "Oh, okay, it was pretty decent. All right," because they were like straight to DVD copies, and I was like, "Why is it straight to DVD? This could have a movie release. Why?"
Also, side note, Petho, I sent you the trailer for the new Killer Outlast Trials. All right, I'll look at it right now while we're talking.
Oh, sure. Listen, put background music when I'm yapping. It's perfectly fine. Now that I've had. How much vodka?
Oh God.
I'd say about 200 ml of vodka in me. It's gonna be fine.
Got a fucking ads on my YouTube. Let's see.
YouTube and their ads, man. Well, while Pethel is observing this movie, I'm just gonna talk to chat, because why not? But yeah, so I find modern, like, Disney just. This is the topic I've been putting on every single Ranger Roundtable, so I'm going to try not to go into it too much, because this has been a topic of conversation a lot. But with the lack of creativity in modern, just, content, mainstream content, like, nobody pitches any new shit anymore. Sheriff! What's up, my dude?
Hi, Grin! Welcome in!
Hi, my boy! How you doing? Thank you for introducing
Also,
me to Pethel. Pethel's amazing.
Hell yeah! Thank you for introducing me to Sylfania.
Yes! Well, Sheriff is the collab king.
True.
He is the collab king. Like, he just has that title. There's no other option, man. Yeah, we're gonna love you on the stream, Sheriff. You're gonna have to take the compliments and run with them. I know you're British. I know it's hard for you, but you're gonna do it.
Also, I should mention, wait, now fuck. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, I was gonna talk about my witchy stuff.
Oh,
I like the pressing German original versions of the fairy tales more. Everybody dies at the end or worse. I actually carries a message for children that the world is evil and everything sucks.
Oh man, Russian folktales. The closest I think the West would come to Slavic Slavic folktales would be The Witcher. Cause those, like, half of the shit you see in The Witcher is legit just random cultural Russian lore. Which is amazing. Like, the Baba Yaga is my favorite character because she is similar to like a recurring character in multiple lore stories across the entire Slavic region. So I really think she was a real bitch. So she is an ancient witch to whom morning, noon, night, was it sunrise, day, sunset, and night are the 4 horsemen that work for her. She can fly, she is immortal, she lives in a house on chicken legs. She is all-powerful, and she chooses to live in a forest bog because it's her land. She doesn't fuck with anybody until they, basically get on her lawn, and then she doesn't just kill them. She likes to fuck with them first. And especially if it's random children wandering in the woods that wander into her domain, she's like, haha, well, that sucks for you, kid. I'm gonna eat you for dinner. Like, hey, listen, I'm not gonna go into the town and steal children. That's not my vibe. But if you wander into my own property, like, you've literally just did Deliveroo on yourself, man. However, she also has morals. There is a story that I still live to this day, which is one of my favorite Russian fairy tales. It's about a girl whose mother was a white witch. But she passed away early, so she left a little doll to her daughter and said, if you ever have problems, this doll is magic. The doll will help you. I've imbued my spirit into this doll. Kind of like a voodoo doll. So her father remarried, and of course she has an evil stepmother and evil stepsisters. And then the father is a merchant, so he's always away from home. That is the most typical fucking story I've ever told. And the girl is bullied by the stepmother and the stepsisters, but she manages on because she has the dolly from her mom. And then at some point, the light goes off in the hut. And the only way to get the light is you have to go to your neighbors. Like, I feel like the story is so old they didn't have flints then. So the stepmother actually sends her into the woods and says there is a lady living in the woods and you should get the fire from her. Doesn't tell her it's Baba Yaga. So the little girl goes in the woods, goes to the Baba Yaga's house and says, hey, can I have some fire? And Baba Yaga has a fence made out of human bones, because she's badass like that. The little girl asks the Baba Yaga, and she's like, give me one reason not to eat you. Like, you just trespassed? You want fire? Okay, you're gonna be my slave. I'm gonna make you separate, like, coal from rice, or like wheat. Separate wheat from coal, and you have 2 hours to do it. If you don't do it, I'll eat you. And then the Baba Yaga leaves. The little girl uses the dolly to help her do this, and she does it. The Baba Yaga comes back and is like, well, you did the thing I asked you to. I legally cannot eat you. Okay, you live another day. And this happens, basically, I'm shortening the story. This happens for about a week. And at some point, Baba Yaga is like, yo, bitch, you're A, how are you doing all this crazy shit? Like, I'm giving you impossible tasks and you're making them possible. And the girl's like, well, there's this dolly that my mommy gave me. And Baba Yaga takes one look at the doll and says, wait, your mama was a witch? The girl's like, yeah. She's like, oh man, I don't fuck with other witches. All right, what do you want me to do? She's like, I'll let you go home. Do you want help? I'll give you help. Is she just a stepmother? All right, here you go. Here's a skull on a stick. Take it to your stepmother. Don't worry. Your stepmama asked for fire. She's gonna get fire. Here you go. And the little girl goes home, brings the skull in. The skull evaporates the stepmother and the stepsisters because it's a laser skull.
Oh yeah.
And the little girl's like, oh shit. Basically goes to a neighbor's house, because she's 8 and can't live alone, stays with the neighbor until she's like 15 and marries the prince or whatever the shit. The story goes crazy, but like the whole fact was the old witch who eats kids was like, yo, wait, your mama's a witch? Yeah, I don't fuck with that. You're one of us now. Okay. Is it your stepmother that's a bitch? Cool, here you go. Crazy laser skull.
Your mama's a witch? Who keeps sending you here? Alright, I got you. Here.
Basically. While in the other stories, Baba Yaga is the evil one. In this particular story, she's evil at first, but then she's like, oh, wait, you're one of us. Yeah, no problem, girlie. I don't fuck with white magic. There you go. It's crazy.
I didn't know you.
Slavic stories are insane. I fucking love them. One of them was, like, about a girl and her brother drank from a puddle made by, was it a goat hoof? Made a puddle in the ground after the rain, and he drank from it and turned into a goat. And it was an entire story about her trying to turn him back into a human. And, like, a witch drowning her in the river. Like, Brother Grimm's stories and old Slavic folktales have very similar ideas of it's gruesome and crazy. But the plot twists aren't what we're used to. And the morals are very different. Which I love.
Hell yeah.
I would say...
Yeah.
I would say look into, like, the old Slavic fairy tales. They have some really cool witch lore.
I'll try to remember. But like I am technically a witch as well. Though I haven't been officially trained by another witch or something, or like declared a witch by like someone else, but I do enough witchy practices to where I can call myself a witch. I do deity work. I'm pagan. And I work together with now 3 pantheons because I got a third pantheon a deity from a third pantheon recently introduced themselves to me and was like, hey, I would like to work together with you. Cool. 3 different mythologies. And I do tarot, like that's why I do tarot cards. It's kind of written all over my palms because I did a palmistry reading.
Ooh,
and I have
nice.
like the magic. I have a water hand. I have the magic M for manifesting and magic. I have apparently it's pretty rare, but I have the mark of the moon, which is how do you say that? It's basically my heart lines connect into a crescent shape.
Ooh.
which is very rare and basically means like psychic powers and such. And a lot of the lines on my hand point at me like being very intuitive and psychically inclined, but also intelligent. Which kind of clashes sometimes, because you know, I'll overthink too much.
Yeah, yeah. Do you do like custom tarot readings, or do you do them only in person?
I do online tarot readings as well. Like
Cool.
I have done tarot streams basically where I read people's fortunes because
Nice,
I don't
nice.
really need to see the person. And normally they draw their
I
own
know this
cards, but
sounds weird. Do you mind reading for me, or do you want a separate thing? Do you need the time to
no, I
prepare?
can do that.
Oh, cool.
I can do you a reading. Hold on, I need to translate what the Russian people say, or like I need to
Nah,
ask you, I suppose.
I
but,
would
like,
say they're not being very nice, is all I'm gonna say.
are you gay or something? I don't get it. No,
Yeah.
I am. I mean, I'm a lesbian.
I'm
I don't know
bi.
if that's.
Слушай, Йог, может ты не будь груб в чате. Уважай стримера,
For our food.
пожалуйста. Понимаешь, есть различные люди из разных стран. И у разных людей есть различные виды на жизнь. Уважай других, и тебя будут уважать. There you go. I put him in his place very politely.
Or you not overthink too much. Ever thought about it? Yeah, I mean, listen. Hey, if they have a problem, there's the door. And if they want to make if they want
Exactly.
to make a fuss out of it, I'll just kick them.
Hey, I stream in Russian and I put the LGBTQ tag on it, and everybody asks me about it, and I'm like, hey, I'm bi. I don't give a fuck what you say. I don't care. I don't care.
I had a Russian in chat yesterday tell me like, go fuck yourself. I was like, all right, last time chatter.
Йог, я понимаю, я говорю по-русски. Я просто человек, который живу за границей давно, но я тоже понимаю русских людей. У меня друзья в России тоже. Все знаю я. Расслабься, все ок. Просто говорю, что не парься. Я девушка и другая эльф-девушка. Мы две эльф-девушки. Все, что тебе нужно знать. Sorry, just explain that we're two elf ladies having a conversation.
No worries.
And that is all he needs to know. Which I think is polite. Because personally, I have a lot of family who is very, how do I put this? Conservative?
Conservative?
The majority of my family and friends are conservative. Which is the reason I moved to the West. Because I'm like, I am very much not. I disagree with your entire worldview. However, I know you're not a bad person. You're a product of your upbringing. And no matter how much arguments I have with you, you will not change. I do not wish to hate you. So I'm just not going to live with you. And we're just going to leave it at that. And that is the majority of my relationships with my family.
Fair enough.
Oh, okay. Well,
I can do a reading for you.
Oh, yeah, I'd love to. If you don't mind, of course.
Well,
I mean, I read tarot cards as well, but I'm not a professional. I just do it for fun. I have a really old tarot deck that I've been using for like 10 years, and then I'm obsessed with just tarot cards, so I just collect them. I have different decks. I just love the art, and I love to reading them sometimes, but I'm nowhere near a professional. But of course, I'd love a reading if you want to.
Well, to be fair, I mean, I would say like my readings are always pretty spot on.
Oh, yeah, sure. If it's
I
not
need
too much
to look
effort.
up the meanings of the cards.
No, I do that as
so-
well. I just find it sometimes doing it for myself is easy, but doing it for other people is a bit harder.
Yeah.
So I feel like if you're okay doing it for me, that'd be great. If you don't, that's fine as well.
Yeah, of course.
Up to you.
I do it for plenty of other people. A
Okay.
little demonstration.
Oh, sure.
So,
yes.
what question would you like to ask? I have plenty of. Depending on what you ask, deity will assist. I mean, do.
You know what? I'm currently a little bit concerned about career prospects. I'd like to know about career prospects.
All right, so it's just a general career reading.
Yeah, it's because I'll need to start looking for a new job in 2026. I'm just wondering how things are going.
I see.
What am I supposed to watch out for? Because I know tarot cards will never tell you if it's good or bad, but it will tell you, like, watch out for this, or, like, don't be too hasty or something, So I'm like, yeah, I want to see the general vibe of, like, I'm going to be job hunting very soon. How is it going to go?
Yeah.
What should I look out for? Am I going to be lucky with it? Do I have to worry? Do I have to pay more attention? Yada, yada.
Very well. Well, I have Thoth that wants to answer that question for you.
great.
The god, the Egyptian god of knowledge.
I'm a scientist, so it works out. I'm an academic.
I have a lot of the. So I work together with like Egyptian deities, because Ra's my main deity. Then
Ooh.
I have Greek deities, and recently I have a Chinese deity join me.
What's the name? Do I know them?
I have to look it up because she joined like yesterday or
Oh,
like
female
a
deity,
few
right.
days ago. So
nice.
it's a god.
Do you mind if I
It's
quickly answer?
another love goddess, by the way. Yeah,
Oh,
go on.
do you mind if I answer in Russian real quick, and I'll come back? Да, я изучаю английский с 12 лет. Я в России училась в школе с английским наклоном, но английский я не выучила. Но в 12 лет я переехала в страну, где все в школе было по-английски или по-арабски. Так что пришлось выучить легкий язык, который был английский. И я живу в Англии с 18 лет, и мне сейчас 30-ник. Поэтому где-то 20 лет я живу в Англии уже сама, как говорится. Нет, не 20. 12 лет живу в Англии, поэтому хороший английский у меня. So the guy in Russian was asking, "Oh, your English is really good. How did you learn it?" And I explained how I learned English.
Yeah, no, I'm translating as we go, luckily. So
Yeah, don't worry about it.
it's by Mundan.
No, I haven't heard. The only few deities I've heard are like, I think fantasy deities made up for like Danmei manga, and there's one like rabbit god, which is the one gay god of the pantheon that everybody tries to worship, but obviously the modern CCP is very much against him. But he still has shrines in China, and there's a lot of gay weddings that happen in the shrines of the rabbit god.
Oh, right. You know, I had to look up, like, so when I knew it was a hidden deity. I had to do a deity reading on her, because I wasn't sure what's like I had a feeling it wasn't Egyptian or a Greek pantheon. So I had to figure out what pantheon was looking at me, or like what like who was trying to contact me. And you know, there's a lot of mythologies. You know, you have Celtic, you have Norse, Greek. Like I think Norse, Greek, and Egyptian and Roman are like the four most popular ones. And you have the Japanese, Korean, the Celtic, the China, like Taoism, Hinduism. Those are also all mythologies and deity, like multiple deities that, yeah, they are also like. And I was like, I don't know which one this is, so I had to kind of figure it out. But
Sorry, what's the name again of the
out,
Chinese one? Sorry, I missed out.
Bai Mundan. From what I read, she is a courtesan that's turned into like ascended to godhood.
Oh, yes.
As far as I know.
See, this is why I love Asia. Sorry, we're gonna do the tarot card reading soon, whenever you're ready. But I just gotta give a comment about Chinese way of the way they deal with their deities. They're like, right, if enough people believe that this person or this human or this entity is a god, it becomes a god, as long as enough people believe and have shrines. When shrines and belief to this god or deity or person that ascended to godhood is gone, that god is dead. And I'm like, you know what? That makes kind of metaphysical sense a little bit to me, comparatively to like, there is God whether people believe it or not. And you're like, but belief is power in it, man. So I'm like, there is an actual like hierarchy and system of ascending to godhood in Asian cultures in a way that I just find fascinating.
Hello.
Спасибо за фоллоу, Йок. Я, кстати, делаю стримы на Геншин по-русски, так что запишись на Дискорд, ты сможешь туда зайти, будем по-русски говорить с тобой, расслабляться в Геншин стримах, будешь понимать больше все.
Yeah, my apologies. I don't speak Russian, so
it's okay. I'm like trilingual. It's not a good thing.
I'm bilingual.
Yeah. Oh, is it because you speak Dutch and English, was it?
Yes, I speak Dutch and English. I also know a little bit of German.
Well, I mean, Dutch and German are some loan words there and back. All right.
They're similar, but like
yeah.
Right. I pulled your cards.
Ooh.
Seemed like a lot of cups, and a wands card. So, pretty interesting for the career reading. I think. We'll see what it means. We have the Six of Cups, the Nine of Wands, and the Nine of Cups reversed. Which, by the way, reversed cards aren't per se bad.
Oh no, I know. Yeah, it's an opposite meaning of what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. So I have to look up the cards online because I don't have a good book for it. But that's fine. It works for me. And I can figure out which paragraphs are relevant, basically. Um,
I'll give you some time to read through it. I'll just explain to my Russian viewer how to get to my Russian streams real quick. Я обычно ставлю на Discord, когда будут русские стримы, но на Твиче, если видишь Геншин, то стрим русский. Но можешь зайти на любой стрим, я с тобой по-русски поговорю, но большинство времени я говорю по-английски. Просто чтоб ты знал, Йог. Я тебе прислала след на Discord. Заходи, разбирайся сам. Все. There we go. I'm done.
so for the first card, for the Six of Cups, what I can the Six of Cups is a revisited, like a revisiting the past and the childhood memories and such.
Oh.
And
Nostalgia card.
So it's I think like it's like a sign of like it might be nice if you want to have inspiration on where to job hunt. It might be nice to get in touch with your inner child. And just experience some fun and freedom to give yourself some ideas on what you can do. Maybe add like a childhood dream of what you wanted to become, and you can start working towards that, or you can look into that.
Okay.
Or something else that might have like inspired you as a child, or like maybe just like you need to do something for like some fun activities, and you'll have more inspiration and like maybe get your mind off of things.
Okay.
Then for the Nine of Wands, it also, the Nine of Wands is a supporting card with that. There's a lot of people that support you. And you can it invites you to find those cheerleaders and bodyguards, and to kind of help you out and like support you during those times where you have to job hunt, because it might not be easy. It might be a little bit of a challenge, but you have people that you can lean on in that support, and they're there for you and they can help you. I feel like that's what they say, and it's also the advice to let them help you.
So before I move on, this is just actually a fun fact. Why this is accurate is because as an academic, while I've been disillusioned with, I love being an academical scientist because you work on things nobody wants to work on just because they're cool, and sometimes you find some important revolutionizing information that saves the world, like the COVID virus.
Yeah.
There has been 20 years of people who were like, this is a weird fucking variant of this virus. I'm just curious what it does. And then a COVID epidemic happened and they're like, oh shit, my research has been relevant. But they've been doing it with barely any funding for 20 years, and now they saved the world. And the vaccine came out in 18 months because of this one lab in Canada or America or whatever the fuck. But this is what I mean. This is why I love academia. You work on things because they're fun. However, it has its problems. There's no job security. I'm not going to give you a lecture of poor academic professors who have PhDs, spent years working and studying and get underpaid less than bus drivers. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
This is crazy. However, the way to get hired in this industry is the people you know. Like, while you can apply to, people advertise job positions, most of the time you're like, hey, if you hear any other, like, if your ex-boss is like, hey, if you hear anybody else hiring in this field, recommend me. Tell them, like, oh, I'm looking for a postdoc, and that's when your boss is like, do I have a person for you? Unfortunately, I have to let them go because my funding's over, but they're the perfect person for this job. And this is how you get a job, not through an interview, which is also bullshit. But, you play the... It's like show business. You play the game.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel like the second card really works with the whole support system. So.
And then, you have any questions before that?
I mean, I honestly don't know what to do with my life. I would like some stability. I've kind of nomaded my way around for a bit. I definitely know what I like in science and what I don't like to do. But there's to be able to do things you like, you suffer through things you don't like. That's just life. You accept it and you move on. There's not going to be a job where you like every single thing about it, because that's fantasy. There's going to be bits that you're like, I have to suffer through this bit to do what I want. Especially legal or paperwork or HR or whatever bullshit. So I'm aware of this. I'm not a kid. But I've been reconsidering my position. I'm like, should I work for a company? Maybe then I'd have some stability. Should I stay in academia? And while I'll be an idealist, I'll get paid a livable wage, but that's about it. Or should I, but it's also really hard to make a break in this industry, similar to show business. I'm not as talented. I'm a realist. So, it's kind of, I'm in a state of flux right now in a way that, thankfully, I have a lot of roads open to me because of my experience. So I can go into a lot of different places, but where should I focus on? Like, what should I look forward to? Like, how lucky will I be? It is luck, most of it, so.
Well, actually, what you said is kind of funny because it kind of ties into the third card, because the third card is indicating that you are frustrated that your wishes have not yet come true. You feel like,
Yeah.
And so the advice from the third card is to try to reconnect with those goals and dreams of yours again, and to recommit to bringing them to fruition, and work hard to to make your dream come true. Because there's probably plenty of untapped potential within you that you don't realize you have yet, even if you say you're not as talented or not that talented.
Yeah.
I think that only just comes with time and practice, that you can become very talented and skilled.
What I recently found. Sorry if I'm oversharing here. Stop me if you want me to. But I find there is a big lack of people who actually have degrees in science who work in science communication. Because a lot of people have degrees in science. Once you get a PhD, they tell you got two roads. You work for a pharma company as a biologist, or you become an academic or a professor at a university. And I'm like, well, what do you mean? There's only two jobs. Anything in between? And everything else in between is academic publishing. So you're just basically a glorified publisher with a little bit more knowledge in science. Or, none of it really fit me. And I was thinking, one thing I'm really good at is explaining complicated science to, people who never do any science. I feel like I generalize it enough that even the most complicated concepts can be it's not exactly correct. But to a person who doesn't need the details and read the scientific Nature paper, to them, they just need the general gist of how something works, or why something is important, or why something isn't important, or why, the thing during COVID, it really hit me how many people don't really understand what vaccines are, and I'm to explain that a vaccine is basically that virus, but slightly weakened, that all it does is just jumpstart your immune system to, oh, I recognize this thing. I know what this is, so when you actually get sick with it, you're not gonna die from it. You're gonna get the symptoms, you're gonna get sick, but you're not gonna die from it, so it saves your life. Because your body is, trained. It's the way I explain it is, imagine if somebody tells you you're gonna have to run a 10-kilometer marathon right now. No exercise, no prior exercise, no prior prep, you have to go. You're probably gonna die.
Mm-hmm.
Or, somebody says, hey, you're gonna run a 2-kilometer marathon. We're gonna give you water. You're gonna take breaks, but you still have to run it. And then they tell you to run a 10-kilometer, and you're like, hey, it's still gonna be hard, but I'm a little bit more prepared, so there's a high likely chance I'm not gonna die. That's literally what a vaccine is. It's not gonna change your genetic outcome. It's not gonna insert chips into your body. There's an entire thing. This is all this fucking thing does. And as a scientist, to me, it's a common knowledge, but I realize that about 90% of people don't know this, or 80%, because
it's training dummy for your immune system.
I only speak to scientists. I don't actually have friends who are non-scientists, and having to explain this to them, they're like, oh, I actually didn't know how it works. And so I've realized that that's what I'm good at, but it's not really a career.
Mm-hmm.
There's very few places that appreciate that level of ability. Mm-hmm. But to me, that's the dream. So, thank you. I guess I'll look out for that kind of thing.
There's a little more still, because it says, you may need to tweak your goal, your goals to keep it in full alignment with your personal values, and or you may need to be more proactive in creating an action plan to see those goals to come to fruition.
Very
interesting.
Kind
of ties in with that other story. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, very interesting. Thank you. That gave me a bit of an insight.
You're welcome. I'm glad it was helpful for you.
You see, this is what I find. Tarot cards and tarot readings aren't there to give you concrete yes or no answers. They're there to help you do a retrospective analysis of what you already know to like, hey, this is a better approach towards a certain thing. And I think like once you see tarot reading through this, it is actually extremely informative.
Yeah, they're just there to give you advice and help.
Yes.
Nothing much.
But a lot of people
More.
like I've met who are like, oh, tarot reading is a yes or no. I'm like, no.
Yeah, like they can predict futures and outcomes and such. Well, I mean, technically speaking, like they could, but like usually they're just made for advice because in the end, it all depends on your input, and if something changes, then the cards will change as well.
I feel like I've had this thing where whenever I'm very scared of flying, and I used to do a daily reading of like I whip out a card and be like, "What's my day gonna be like?" You know how it is. Just see. And I find every time before a flight, I always get what is the anxiety card? Is it like the Six of Swords or the Ten of Swords? Which one is the like?
Ten of Swords is very much pain.
Yeah, but I think there was another one that's anxiety.
Swords?
Maybe it's the Seven of Swords. But every time I'm about to go on a flight, I always like, no matter what reading I do, I always get Seven of Swords, and I'm just like, oh, I can't read anything for myself today. I'm too anxious to fucking do it. The Seven of Swords keep coming up.
Seven of Swords is the betrayal.
No. Let me. I remember because I have Game of Thrones themed tarot cards that I got. Oh, it's Nine of Swords. Nine of Swords.
Yeah. I was like, is it Nine of Swords?
It's nine. It's Nine of Swords.
I was confusing 8 and 9 of Swords.
No,
together,
it's Nine of Swords.
8 of Swords is self-limiting.
It's the fear, anxiety, anticipation, whatever. That one. But I find it's really funny how every time, no matter what I do, if it's before a flight, I always have Nine of Swords fucking pop up, whatever I do. And I'm like, I can't read. I shouldn't read tarot cards right now. I need to calm down before I get back to this fucking deck.
For the start of my tarot journey and like throughout like the first few months of those, like when I actually started reading myself, a lot of the time I had the 8 of Swords pop up because I had a lot of self-limiting beliefs. But recently it has been showing up a lot less, if at all, to be honest.
That's pretty good. But yeah. I mean, does it happen to you? Do you have multiple decks or do you only have one deck?
I have 2 decks. But I use one for myself, and the other one is kind of dormant at this point.
Yeah, I have multiple different decks. Some of them are like collectible decks, like Critical Role does a tarot card session for their 10-year anniversary, and I'm like, I need that, thank you. And then I have the one deck that I've had, the Game of Thrones deck that I had for like 10 years. That's the one that I did my daily readings on, and that's the one I'm like, I call it the trained deck. It's the one that has been adapted to my energy for so long, because I've always done readings for myself. And it's the one that, like, does true readings. I don't know, maybe it's just me, but whenever I shuffle this deck, I never have to actually draw cards, because one card just flips out and it falls out in front of me. And I usually go, like, I know you're supposed to draw, but whenever a card just literally falls out in front of you, that's the card you're supposed to, like, pick. Like,
yeah, we call those jumpers.
Yeah, I have so many jumpers with this deck. It's crazy.
I used to work in the sense that I would shuffle until I had cards jump out. But nowadays, I don't even have to shuffle them anymore. I will just feel where the card is, cut the deck, and then pull the card.
Oh, that's awesome. I guess I'm still at the stage of jumpers. I haven't read tarot for myself for so long. I think the reason I was reading is because I had a period of my life where my personal life, my work life, and everything else was extremely uncertain. So I felt like I needed some certainty in my day, and having a tarot card reading every morning when I woke up gave me a little bit of solace, I would say. In a way, like, hey, advice. Some sort of, maybe otherworldly entity. I don't know. Maybe just fate. As a mathematical concept. I'm a scientist, so, there potentially could be a mathematical concept called fate that just directs your life. That would direct me in some way. And I feel like in the recent months and years, I have been a lot more grounded, so I did not need such guidance. I kind of had a handle on my shit. So yeah, I should probably get back to it, because, you come out of practice with this instinctual sort of feel towards the universe.
I feel like you probably have at least a guide, or like you have a bunch of guides probably. you might have some deities watching over you, or like whether it be angels or deities. I feel like it could be deities. I have a forest spirit as well that is that lives alongside me, sort of.
Yeah,
I don't. She doesn't have.
I'm curious about how do you find out about these deities? Is there some sort of a dream you get or a ritual you do, or like how, like, because I understand being guided by something otherworldly, but how do you identify said otherworldly patron? Is that what I'm curious about?
So in the beginning I was told that you can do deity readings, which is a specific set of cards. Set of cards. It's basically like a reading, or like a specific layout of cards, which you can determine the deity from, or what it is. I don't know if I did it with the forest spirit, but with all the deities, I could read what deities they were. I had to learn how it works, and because I've had done it wrong for a while, but nowadays I'm a lot more confident in my deity readings because I had to learn. I had to start
do you
from
read it
somewhere.
on tarot cards, or is it a separate thing?
Yeah, it's kind of like I do it through tarot cards, the deity readings.
Is there a guide somewhere for this?
I
like
can
a manual?
give you a guide. I have. I can give you the spread if you'd like.
Ooh, that'd be amazing. If you want to send it on Discord, that'd be great.
Course,
Sorry, I'm just very curious about this whole thing. I mean, I was raised. It's interesting because I was raised secular. Like, you believe whatever you believe, whatever, it doesn't matter. Realism is the thing. Then my mom, in her 40s, became very Christian. And then my dad was always kind of Muslim, but always kind of not. Like, he's the Muslim that eats pork and drinks. So it's not really Muslim. You know what I mean? Muslim because his dad was, and so he feels like he has to be. And he lives in a society where a Muslim man is what needs to happen, so he is Muslim. But he's pretty, like, whatever. I believe what I believe, and everybody else can do whatever the fuck they want. Like, he's that kind of guy.
Yeah.
Which is why he still has a Christian wife, which I'm like, a Muslim man with a Christian wife is not a thing that can happen. But it is. And he respects her religion, and he respects her, practicing her thing. And I'm like, you know what? As long as people respect it, that's all that matters. And I myself have been juggling around a lot of things and ideas. And so I've always been fascinated with, like, anything is possible, really. And, as a scientist as well, there's a lot of things that are inexplicable. Maybe because our modern science doesn't know yet. Maybe one day we will solve the equation that is magic and deities. Maybe.
Yeah,
but probably not while I'm alive. Probably not while I'm alive.
Probably not.
Probably not.
I have a lot of deities. Like, my main pantheon is still Egyptian, because that's just like Ra's, my main deity, and he's also my main guide. Other than that, I don't think at the moment there are, like, I think Ra's the only one guiding me right now. While the rest just kind of works together with me.
Cool. But yeah, if there's a way to find out, because I feel like sometimes, I mean, nowadays I don't really, I feel like I've abandoned them a little bit because I'm like, everything's going well. I don't really need any metaphysical help. I think I've got this. But I did have a period of my life where genuinely I felt some sort of metaphysical assistance and guidance. And I'm like, well, it'd be nice to know who it was.
That's just because of your guides. And honestly, it's not like you have abandoned them. This is like, you haven't interacted with them as much because you didn't need their guidance as much.
Yeah.
They may be still guiding you in the background.
Maybe. I would love to know who they are. So if there's a way to find out, that'd be amazing.
They're always, like, it's always a sort of consensual thing. Unless you really don't consent to them watching over you, they'll probably still watch over you. Because, it's just kind of what they take pleasure in a way, just helping people. They're sort of teachers in a way. What another friend of mine said.
So does it matter which deck you do it with, or do you need a special deck for that?
Oh, I don't think it matters which deck I did it with. I have done deity readings with my Killstar deck, and I've done deities with my new deck, with the Fae deck, and both gave accurate results.
So the way you figure it out is you draw 5 cards. Well, just reading through what you sent me, and you find out the deity. Is there like a catalog of deities somewhere? Sounds weird,
I just looked them up on Google, to be honest, because
gotcha.
It really depends. Like, the domain is what determines the pantheon, basically. I should write that. I should add that into the message. So...
You know what? You know what you should do? You maybe should do a YouTube video.
Uh-huh. I could make a video about it at some point, maybe. That wouldn't be actually a bad idea.
I know Sheriff is making a video about how to make collabs and how to do things, and he's very good at it. So I think you're good at this. You should make a video about it. I'm considering making a scientific communication video as well, which is going to take me a long time to film and a horrible amount of effort, but I'm going to eventually do it. And I feel like many people would benefit from it. I will definitely watch it and like it.
Yeah. I think it's very nice. So the way I have pendulums, but because I don't always want to grab my pendulums, I have learned me and my deities. I've given permission and consent for my deities to sort of use my body to guide me.
Yeah.
And so beforehand, I used to nod or shake my head for yes or no's.
Mm-hmm.
But nowadays, I have finger signals that I do.
Ooh.
So I use my my index finger, and if it points up, it's a yes. If it points down, it's a no or like a maybe.
So, by the way, Feilun is saying that learning tarot from you would actually be amazing. I concur. Make a tarot YouTube videos. Make a playlist and then forward it to us because I want to learn more. I know very basic shit about tarot. I want to learn more from an expert, so let's go.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, it wouldn't be a bad idea. I have to study up a little bit myself, but I'd be delighted to help.
Already the
to
knowledge
teach
you
people.
have is better than what I got. So just talking to you about this have made me learn so many things, and I'm super happy about it. So share the knowledge. Again, if you feel comfortable. I always feel like sometimes people are like, oh, this knowledge is... as a scientist, I feel like I'm a very communistic scientist, is whatever knowledge I learn should be free access to anybody who wants to know it. And if people use this knowledge to create, I don't know, I'm not an atomic scientist or nuclear scientist, but if somebody wants to create a horrible biological weapon with what I have found out, that is on them. But this knowledge should be available to anybody who wishes to know about it. So I'm very pro knowledge is for all, as long as they wish to search for it. But I understand some people wish to, keep certain things to themselves. But if you wish to share, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, I'd be willing to to share my knowledge. It's a lot of stigmatism and a lot of differing opinions. I feel like sometimes I don't know everything. But I can share my own beliefs and experiences. I had someone come to my chat a few weeks ago that was talking about cards like the Tower or the Ten of Swords are cursed. And I was like, well, I think it's a really bad mindset to call cards such as those or just cards in general cursed. Like they said the Death card as well. I was like, well, the Death card isn't cursed at all. The Death card is actually symbolism, renewal, moving on from from a situation or from a bad thing.
A real curse.
Just moving on in general.
A real curse is when nothing goes your way for an entire month. Like, you wake up and your milk that you bought yesterday has soured. That is a curse. And that just means, I'm a European, that just means you have crossed the wrong woman. You have done something bad, and she has cursed you, and you better hope to whatever deity you worship, or find that woman to apologize and take the curse off of you. This is the only way to get rid of it. That is a curse. Whatever else, it's not a curse.
Granted, there are some cursed readings. Sometimes it will just spell terrible misfortune. I remember a friend of mine gave a reading to someone else, and it was the Nine of Swords, the Ten of Swords, and the Tower. Yeah, that was bad. That was bad. So I remember,
I remember I did one reading for a friend after her wedding, because I find that the Slavs usually have our Christmas is on the 13th, which is the old New Year or whatever. But our Christmas is on the 7th of January, actually. So the day before Christmas, the 6th of January, the night before Christmas, if you do any tarot readings, those are the most accurate ones. I don't know, it's superstition. But I remember my friend, and especially the day before you get married is also a very auspicious day to do any tarot card readings. I don't know why. It just is. You accept it as a Slavic thing, and everybody, even though they're, whatever religion they practice in the Slavic countries, they just accept that this is the fact. So my friend, before her wedding, asked me to give her a reading, and I was like, okay. And she asked, they were about to buy a flat. And literally all I got were cards of delay, which was, I think, Ace of... it was the ace of, not cups, but like ace of coins, or like there was something like constant delays. I got 3 cards of like past, present, future of constant delays, and guess what happened? Their contractor with their new flat has delayed for 2 years, and only 2 years into their marriage they finally got their flat. And I'm like, I am so sorry to have cursed you, but she's like, no, this is the Russian construction industry. This is what it is. It's good that you told me, because I wasn't expecting it to be solved quickly. So we had an alternative, like we lived with my parents, you know, we had a different flat we were living in while we were waiting for this to happen. So thank you for telling me, because I knew this was an option. I just wanted to make sure that, yeah, okay, we're gonna have crazy delays with our flat. And I'm like, I'm glad I could help. The scariest reading I've ever did was before my second best friend's wedding, and it was a girls' night. Obviously, you know the ladies' night out before you go to a wedding. And she asked me to give her a reading, and I read her in the past, everything is fine. In the present, I think it was Three of Swords, which is the card of arguments, I believe.
Yeah, the heartbreak card.
Yeah, the 3 of Swords. So present was the 3 of Swords, but the future was like reconciliation. And as I'm giving her this reading, 2 minutes in, one of her friends comes in, and then she has a crazy, like, emotional spat with her friend, and she goes into another room, and the rest of us are just sitting in this room, like, confused. And then she comes back, eventually made up with her, and then a lot of the friends are like, do you just read the situation before it happened? I'm like, or did the situation happen because I read it? You don't know. Stop assigning shit to me, man. But it was scary how, like, instantly, just as I did the tarot card reading, the same night, shit happened. And then she made up with her friend, and then the wedding happened, and everything was good.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, I feel like it doesn't happen every day, but some days, it's just, I guess it's an auspicious day for a reading, is what it is. Is like when you're more connected to whatever guide you're with. That sometimes you yourself are like, I'm not doing anything weird or special today. I'm usually not this good, but things are just happening. And, you know, this is what makes me believe that there is, while being a scientist, I still believe that there is some sort of a metaphysical plane of existence where certain things are affected. They're not, like, there's no such thing as pure, I don't know, splitting the sea kind of magic. I don't know. I don't believe in that kind of stuff. But the metaphysical manipulation of luck, fate, you know, situations happening, that is fully possibly controlled by a different plane. Like,
you know, I wholeheartedly believe in a plane of spirits. I have, so fun thing, or maybe not so fun thing, kind of dark.
I think if the follow failure.
The reason I've had a very bad time, like, in my life, like a lot of bad times in my life, and at some point, the reason I didn't commit suicide was because I was told that if I would just commit suicide, I would end up in the realm of, like, I wouldn't be able to move on to the afterlife. I would be stuck in the realm of spirits. And the only thing that would change is that I just can't solve my problems anymore. And that's kind of held me, my head above water. To, like, you know, it's kind of, I felt really hopeless in those times because, like, even death can't save me. And you know, of course, guides and spirits exist, in my opinion, in my experience.
Yeah, but
you can feel their touch. They can manipulate your body if you so allow them.
I completely agree. I've gone through a phase of extreme self-loathing, in my early 20s, and the only reason I have not contemplated the S word was because at the time I was like, I don't care if I'm alive or not, but my family, my friends are gonna be so upset with the news. Like, I don't want to hurt them. So I'm just gonna carry on, you know, whatever. I'm gonna do it for them. I'm not gonna do it for me. I don't care, but I'm gonna do it for them. And then when I went through, like, I powered through that phase, through that, and, you know, through a lot of different guidances from different sources, thankfully. And now I don't know, now I've realized, like, you know, the concept of YOLO, you know, whatever afterlife you believe in, but still, you only live once as yourself in this particular incarnation of yourself. So whatever you're going through, if you're still alive, it can be a learning experience. So, you know, no matter how bad it is, no matter how terrible it gets, as long as you're still alive, eventually you can then look back at it as a learning experience. Maybe it's a bit too positive of a way to look at things, but it gets you through a lot of dark shit, to be fair. And sometimes things get worse. That's the world. That's the world, baby. But you know, sometimes things get better, and then you look back at the worst things and you're like, hey, you know, I was in a really dark place, but actually it wasn't that bad. Like, I might have been a bit too dramatic at the time. Like, now that I look back at it, I was a bit dramatic. And it's good that I didn't do anything about it and that I lived until now when I'm okay to look back at it and laugh, you know. Well, not laugh, but I guess a sad existential laugh at it.
Also, like, I did self-harm when I was younger for like a really, really short time, but I stopped because I immediately started noticing that hiding my scars and hiding my wounds made me even more depressed, and made me like with the realization that I self-harmed, and I was like, why would I do this? This is making me feel worse.
Yeah, what I find, like, I find the big problem in society is that every single person has their own way or path that they need to go through. Some people have it easy, right? Some people are born in a happy family, don't have to worry about much, go through life not bothering, they're playing life on easy mode, right? Some people are born with ultra mega hard mode, and they're the ones that are raised in abject poverty in a third world country. And some of them stay that way, and some of them are like fighting against the system to get their way, and I'm like, you know what, you should, like, it's your path. Some people are born in the meh, like, some things are good, some things are bad, but each person has their own fate's way, in a way, and I feel like until there is a definitive, like, fateful death, like, I believe in fateful death. I'm like, you know what, no matter how bad it gets, even if you are, again, hypothetical situation, don't ban me, Twitch, even if you are in a like stuck in a buried building and are dying from just hunger because you can't be found, or lack of oxygen, like whatever the fuck situation you're in, that is a fateful death. You were in the same place where the building has collapsed and you happen to be there. It is not self-inflicted, you know. I'm like, as long as it's like, you can, whatever happens to you, death comes to us all eventually. It either comes naturally or unnaturally. You can't do shit about it. You can try to prevent it, but if it really, like, I've seen enough Final Destination movies. If it's once you dead, you're dead. Like, there's not much you can do.
Yeah, no, that I can agree with that.
Yeah, so I'm of the generation that has been traumatized by Final Destination movies in a way that, but because of that, whatever life you do get, use it wisely, you know? Like, even if you feel bad, sometimes, like, I've had a really bad moment. Like, my Viber defense was so traumatic. Imagine you work 4 or 5 years on a project. You go into a meeting with a scientist, and then that scientist rips you apart, rips your ego to shreds, tells you you're nothing, tells you you're stupid, tells you you're a piece of shit, and then says, yeah, you pass, I pass you. Do you know why? Because you didn't cry during the time where I told you you're a piece of shit and, like, completely destroyed you. During the time where I told you you haven't read enough things, you have no idea about the subject you worked on for 4 years, and instead of crying, you said, tell me the things I should read to know more. It was my mistake. And it's like, I respect that, so I will pass you. But you've been traumatized, you know? And then he says, yeah, go have a party. Go have a party. You've just passed your exam. And I'm sitting there.
Enjoy.
Yeah, enjoy. And I'm sitting there, and, like, you've been hazed, and now enjoy. And I've been sitting there, I'm like, I really don't want to go and have a party right now. But a friend of mine...
This is the worst whiplash I've ever had.
Yeah, my friend made a cake for me. And they're all waiting for me. And they're all waiting for the good news that I passed. I can't leave them. Like, I don't want to have a party. But they put the effort. And I'm like, oh, because of other people, I'm going to go. And you know what? I had a great time. It was good.
Yeah, no,
I needed that time.
Sometimes you just need it. Like, you just need it. Like, sure, you got, like, it was a very intense time, but sometimes, you know, those kind of good moments just make it all the better.
Yeah, which
And
is why,
honestly,
like, yeah, surrounding yourself with people who are great. And once again, Sheriff is really good at finding people who are great. I'm gonna plug Sheriff wherever I can, because man is good.
Sheriff is really lovely. On MCM Comic Con, he gave me a piece of art, and he put a very lovely sentimental message on the back, where he said, like, you know, some of his favorite collabs or like moments in the year were like collabs that I was in, and it was really sweet.
He's making a video about the collabs. I don't know if he has already put it out, but he's working on one, so I mean, I know. Every time I meet with people who know Sheriff, it's always like Sheriff Appreciation Minute. That's happening. That just means that he's a great person. You know,
he is a lovely person.
lovely person.
I had such a good time with him at MCM. Like, I met him, like, you know, we walked around a little bit with the group, I believe, just on the con itself, and he went with us to the Korean barbecuing, and it was such a good time. I was like mega sick though. That was really awesome. I had the con flu on Sunday.
Oh no, the con flu is the
I
worst.
still had to go like Korean barbecue, and I was like mega congested.
Well, I don't know if anybody else is coming to the spring one, but if anybody is, I always go to cons myself, but if anybody else going, I would love to meet up with anybody. So if you know anyone who's going to MCM in April, I think, send them my way or tell me about them.
I'll keep it in mind.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I know some people can't do it, but I can only do the spring one, so.
Yeah, no, understandable.
Yeah. Sorry to break this up, but this has been a fantastic meetup. We definitely should do this again. I really love chatting to you.
Definitely.
Girl, we vibe. Is all I'm gonna say. We vibe.
Oh yeah. It's almost midnight for you. It's almost 1 a.m. for me.
I know. We should probably wrap this up. That was kind of my point. Like, if we have any final moments of conversation we should have, we should probably wrap them up. This is the longest I've done for the Ranger Roundtable, and the other one was with Sheriff, so. Listen, the vibes are vibing. This is why we're doing the collabs. It's because it's working. It's because it's happening. It's all good.
I've had a blast.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. We went crazy with the topics, which is great.
That too.
I'm happy to get to know, like, because you know I only know you through a collab, and I'm just like, I really want to know more about Pethlon. This was a great sort of platform to do this, to like ask you all the questions. You know?
We get to talk to each other. We could, and the chat gets to know more about us as well. And you get to see me beyond Kilana. And...
Yeah, because Kilana is fantastic and a freaking MVP. But still,
I honestly, I kind of feel bad sometimes if I take too much spotlight.
No, I did the Halloween thing for Kilana spotlight because I felt like magic school, necromancy, spooky skeletons, that works. Don't worry, for the Valentine's Day, I'm gonna pick someone else's character and make them the spotlight. Don't worry, it's not just you.
Hell yeah.
I'm a fair DM. That's how I will play my games. But I felt like the reason I do these things, I've realized, isn't for the chat. I do these to actually meet the other VTubers, to have a platform to talk to them, to get the time slot to chat. And if the chat asks questions, that's great. But honestly, not gonna lie, I don't care about the chat. I just care about chatting to the other VTuber at this point. I know I could do this without streaming, but I have so little time in my day that I'm like, I need to schedule a stream, which gives me the excuse to bail out of everything else I'm doing, to be like, no, I've promised to stream with this person. We have set up a few hours of that day to do this, so leave me alone.
Yeah, no, it gives you it's better.
Yeah. So, do you have anybody who you follow who is streaming right now who you'd like to raid? I always ask the guests to suggest somebody new. So.
Ooh,
to expand the circle.
I have someone I want to raid. Think.
Cool. Give me their name on Discord and we can do that.
They're also a Dutch VTuber.
Ooh.
They're really nice and they're really bubbly and cute.
Fun.
So.
Okay. Let's go.
There you go. It's Misty Play. She's a pumpkin VTuber, I believe.
A pumpkin VTuber? Oh my god, that is an interesting concept. I want to see their model now. Right. Let's see. They're streaming.
Like a pumpkin demon girl. Like at least Halloween spirited. Do they have the? I'm surprised. I suppose they're not really doing much Christmas. They just have a Christmas hat on, but like, I was informed by my manager of like, hey, there's this holiday hoopla going on. Like you will be put to the front by Twitch, and that's why I have been doing Christmas streams.
Oh, you have a manager.
That's why I said, yeah. I mean he does it for free because he was like he offered, and I was like, oh, of course, sure.
That's amazing.
And
yeah.
And so he suggested to me like, oh yeah, like we can do this, and So that's why I did a karaoke stream, and that's why I will say like, oh, we should do something jolly because then you can do at the holiday.
I know we
hoopla
didn't really do
tag,
much
and then-
Christmas holiday cheer thing, but we did talk about vacations, and I think that's a good holiday idea because everybody wants to go somewhere
Yeah.
warm for Christmas. So there you go. That's your Christmas wrap up.
And of course, you know, I have a very Christmassy background. I
Oh,
have
for sure,
snow
for
and
sure.
I have
Yeah.
my Christmas tree, and I have some.
Well, we're still doing the Christmas Red Dragon Inn thing where we all can get very festive and go crazy.
Yeah.
All right,
I-
let's raid. I have already initiated a raid from my end. I have a few seconds left on mine, so I'm gonna have to raid now. Lovely
no
time
worries.
with you, Pethel. Definitely will invite you for the next year to chat for Ranger Roundtable. Love this thing, and hopefully collab with you in the future
course.
more. Thank you so much for
Sounds
coming.
lovely. Yes. Thank you for having me. It was wonderful. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Bye bye.